Chapter 434. In less than 10 steps, his spiritual sense sensed Leisure behind him. The true chi in his body went out of control, his entire body burning up like a torch. The people around didn't have anyone to help him. The heart demon oath came from one's heart. Outsiders couldn't help much. He also roughly understood what Li Zhe's words meant. Zhongshou was lazy to bother, smiling as he looked to the side. Did you get anything? Beside him was Zhong Yuan. This battle didn't have much of an outstanding point. Although his strength wasn't enough, the main reason was that this fellow spent most of his attention on observing his actions. How to get something? Zhong Yuan nodded slightly, his eyes flashing. Mysterious dragon sword intent. Although there are many differences between the lightning dragon sword and mysterious dragon sword, there are many similar areas. I comprehended a lot this time, but it isn't enough for me to break through to grade 7. Actually, most of his focus was placed on Zhongshou's ability to charge the formation. What he gained was much more than what he comprehended in terms of martial path intent, especially when he fought with Mu Ling Zi and Tai Ling Zi. That exchange of chi activity and what was an eye-opener for everyone. Zhongshou smiled happily. He didn't expect Zhong Yuan to be able to break through right away. Martial path and spiritual cultivation. Grade 3 to grade 4 was a gap. Grade 6 to grade 7 was another gap. It was easy to cultivate to grade 6, but to cross this layer to grade 7. Some people needed 2 to 3 years. Some people couldn't even break through after 10 years. They could only be stuck at this grade and waste their time. This was also why Xuanya and the other two were highly valued by the sect. That was because after grade 7, there weren't many obstacles until they stepped into the celestial path. Zhong Yuan's lightning sword intent had reached a really deep level, and it wasn't tough to break through. However, for the sake of foundations, it was best to break through 5 months later. As for Ruoshui, her foundations were enough. Under his guidance, her cultivation of the hazy shadow sword also improved quickly. If it wasn't for the fact that the poison had yet to be completely removed, he would have broken through by now. Zhong Yuan hesitated slightly before opening his mouth. Ruler, out of those common people, mysterious dragon warriors, one of them seems a little off. His voice was extremely low as he condensed his true chi into a line. However, Zhongshou was not surprised. He had noticed long ago that out of the common people, mysterious dragon warriors who followed Xuanya and the other two into the city, there were 2 whose auras weren't right. His strength wasn't of the 7th grade, but with the help of some secret technique, he could reach the 7th grade at any time. The sect had sent so many elite disciples out and placed them in danger. Naturally, they had a plan to protect themselves. However, this matter only needed to be known, and there was no need to point it out. At this moment, he couldn't stay in his original hiding place any longer. Fortunately, Zhang Shengdao understood the principle of a crafty rabbit having 3 burrows. Xian Shu led everyone around in circles in the mountains. When they had completely shaken off the scouts that were following behind them, in just 4 hours, they arrived at another underground cave. Although it was a backup hiding place, this place was just slightly further away from Yin City Pass. The inside was much more spacious, and there were spiritual formations laid out such that one person could have 1 room. The items stored within were also much more plentiful. As it was far away from Yin City Pass, these items could be transported in. Zhongshou was speechless. As expected from one of the birthplaces of terrorists, these 2 places had the style of those terrorist bases in the future. The moment he entered this place, Zhongshou started his secluded meditation once more. This time, for 20 consecutive days, no one came to disturb him. During the battle at the east of Lu City, many of his common people, mysterious dragon warriors, were injured. He himself was unharmed. The strength of those few grade 7 experts was taken up by the entire cavalry force. As for himself, he had the inner armor on his body and also the external bone protecting. Although he was the sharp blade of the cavalry force, he was unharmed. This battle was won really easily. There wasn't much potential that was ignited. However, although he didn't have any life potential, the speed at which Zhongshou gathered the 10th true spiritual talisman was still extremely quick. On the 20th day, a loud explosion spread out from within Zhongsho's soul, only to see another talisman rise up from the soul power ocean and hang in the air. Zhongsho didn't hesitate, pulling down the earthward spiritual talisman and merging it with this earthward talisman. It took a full hour for the storm of soul power to calm down. At this moment, within his soul, water, fire, wind, lightning, luck, swallow, purify, stack, illusion, earth, a total of 10 true spiritual talismans hung in the air above his soul ocean, amongst which there were 5 that were especially huge. The color was clear and bright, roughly entering the god talisman level. However, Zhongsho was slightly surprised at this moment. His soul was vast, and these 10 true spiritual talismans weren't enough to fill it up. Legend has it that the soul power of a spirit master is closely related to the physical body, which is why many spirit masters, even if they don't cultivate, would think of ways to strengthen their physical body to increase vital energy and essence energy. Today it seems like it is not bad. Normal spirit masters were able to form more after the 9th true spiritual talisman. However, to be able to form the 10th was already not bad. The 12th meant that one was really talented. To be able to form the 13th true spiritual talisman was one of a kind. Zhongsho currently felt that within his soul, not to mention the 12 that he expected, even if it was 14, it was still far from being full. It seems like I might not only be able to perfect these 5-element true spiritual talismans. Zhongsho's heart moved. This was a good thing. However, if he wanted to fill up his soul, it would delay his time to advance to grade 7. However, this price was worth it. Other people wouldn't be able to ask for it. Using his spiritual sense to observe the soul ocean whirlpool, he felt that the soul power had increased by a lot. However, the purity was still the same as before, roughly increasing by 20%. At this moment, the amount of soul power he had was already extremely huge. Even if it was only 20%, it could be compared to a normal grade 6 spirit master. Although it increased by a little, it is far from what I expected. It seems like if I want to cause a change in the quality of my soul power, I can only wait until I break through to the day wandering realm. However, with the sky mirror soul shining technique, in a few months my soul can totally turn to yang. He was still delighted. Increasing his soul power by 20% meant that his control over Hanshi and the lightning-winged flood dragon was much better. His connection with the former was much more stable, and he could suppress the backlash of this natural variant. After which, he cultivated for roughly 2 days until this realm was totally stable. Only then did Zhongsho have time to think about other things. When his spiritual sense swept across the cave, he only felt that most of the people were in secluded meditation. There were also many people who had broken through. There were also a lot more people, a total of 400. It should be the reinforcements from a sect. A full 400 common people, mysterious dragon warriors. There was also one more ascended ancestor. Their strength was on the same level as Xianshu's. Within this small cave, there were a total of 900 grade 6 experts. Zhongsho smiled and knew that this was definitely Xianshu's request and Tsang Shengdao's recognition. He also felt curious. Who knows what kind of reaction Tailing Sect would have? Should they retreat now, or should they fight with him again? With his conjecture, it should be the latter. Reaching into his heaven and earth bag, in just a moment Zhongsho took out 4 small heaven and earth bags. They were obtained from killing Tailing, Talisman, and Mu Lingzi. Consecutively 5 grade 7 experts were either injured or killed by him. Unfortunately, the ascended ancestor in the Taishang army was too poor and didn't even have a space magical artifact. Naturally, he didn't have many items on him. Roughly flipping through it, there were roughly some pills and talismans. There were also a few copies of Tailing Sect secret techniques. Not only was there the purple cloud sword, but the Taiching Chengfeng sword was also within. Unfortunately, it wasn't the complete book and could only be cultivated to the ascended realm and below. Next were some materials that these people collected, as well as spiritual weapons and magical artifacts. Although the grades were high, there weren't any special items. As for those beast crystals and mind stones, there were many. Added together, it was equivalent to 160 grade 7 beast crystals, a small fortune. Zhongsho knew that this would be the outcome. If these few people really had anything good, they should have used it to turn the situation around and escape. Only when he flipped through Tailing's heaven and earth bag did he exclaim. Flipping his palm, there were 4 pills, half gold and half red. On the surface of the pill, there seemed to be dragon and tiger images circling and fighting. Is this the legendary dragon and tiger body training pill of Tailing Sect? Zhongsho took a close look and didn't hesitate to consume one of them. In the next instance, the bones in his body gave out creaking sounds like they couldn't take the burden. A vast and strong power exploded out from his stomach and stomach. It didn't gather into one and charge around. Instead, it spread out like an iron wall, filling up his entire body and forming a strong pressure. Then, it split into 2 totally different medicinal effects. Within Zhongsho's body, they were clashing and fighting one another. Zhongsho forced himself to bear with it, straightening his back and sitting upright. He tried his best to enter a state where he didn't have any thoughts. Who knows if a day or 2 had passed? When Zhongsho regained his senses, the medicinal effects had finally dissipated. Only, there was a thin layer of black mud on his skin. This dragon and tiger body training pill really lives up to its name of body training. It was like 2 quasi-grade 7 experts were fighting in my body like dragons and tigers fighting. As long as my muscles and bones were slightly weaker, I wouldn't be able to take it. Casually waving his fist, as expected, he felt that his originally strong strength had increased. More importantly, his physical body had also become much stronger. As expected from a spiritual pill in the legends, that only 3 pills were needed to build the foundations of the Ascended Realm. Looking at his body, Zhongsho gave out a self-mocking laugh. So there are still so many toxins and impurities in my body. He had just used the dirt-removing technique to clean his body. Before Zhongsho was able to swallow another dragon and tiger body training pill, he felt the aura of a few people gather outside the door. Zhongsho sighed and knew that his peaceful and tough cultivation days had temporarily come to an end. Chapter 435. Can we really heavily injure that Song Shengdao? Within the Shiqin City Han King Manor, under the dim light, a teen wearing a king robe was looking at the 2 people in front of him with hesitation. As the master of this manor, the 4th prince of the Taishang dynasty, although he was 50 years old, his body and appearance were still like that of a 20-year-old teen. This was because his martial path cultivation was really high and he had already preserved his looks. In front of his table, there were 2 people sitting. Tailing Sect's Ji Lingzi had a deep and confident aura, neither arrogant nor humble. Yuan Jiuchen, who was at the side, sat upright and still. His eyes were filled with caution and respect. If your highness is willing to lend 800 Dingxi iron cavalry, I am confident that we can heavily injure Song Shengdao. Song Shengdao has wild ambitions, wanting to overturn etiquette and laws to build an equal world. Isn't that preposterous? The current emperor already hated these rebels to the core. If we can get the heads of those 500 Song Shengdao rebels, the emperor will be delighted. Your highness will also be rewarded. Inquan didn't show any signs of being moved, taking a deep breath. Reward? Forget it. I only ask for no mistakes and don't ask for merit. The Yin City Pass Rebellion, one time is enough. Recently I heard that you all went head-to-head with that Song Shengdao in Lu County and suffered heavy losses. Is there such a thing? I heard that at that time. Your strength far exceeded Song Shengdao. Ji Lingzi clenched his fists. This matter had spread out long ago, causing the various sects of the cloud world to be in an uproar. It couldn't be hidden from this Han King who saw the few provinces in the west as his own territory. There is such a thing. However, because we lost once, we have a higher chance of winning. Since I fell for it once, I definitely won't fall for it a second time. Your highness doesn't believe me, but do you not believe in the strength of Tailing Sect? Han King Inquan didn't reply when he heard that. Only a weird expression appeared in his eyes. Then he smiled and asked, Then where is your sect prepared to attack? Hellion Iron Mountain. Ji Lingzi replied without hesitation. Now the enemy is in the dark, and we are in the light. The initiative was in the hands of others. If our sect wants to win against Song Xingdao, we cannot sit and wait for them to assassinate Marshal Yuan. This Hellion Iron Mountain was a place Song Xingdao had to save. With the lives of those 3 million people as a hostage, would the heroes of Song Xingdao save them or not? Ji Lingzi's visit this time was also for the sake of requesting the order. Your Highness, please execute all these Yin City Pass sinners within a few days. Execution. Inch Yuan's pupils constricted, following which he scoffed. Your tailing sect is really vicious and merciless. That's the lives of 3 million people. Aren't you afraid that your reputation as the #1 Taoist sect will be damaged if word of this gets out? Since ancient times, those who achieve great things do not care about trifles. As far as I know, Song Shengdao has sent over 900 men. With just 3 million people, if they could severely injure these devil rebels, the Taishan's foundation would be even more stable. What do you think, Your Highness Han King? Ji Lingzi said expressionlessly, not bothering about the mocking intent in Inch Yuan's words. So what if it gets out? How can the random words of some commoners and preposterous rumors shake the foundations of our tailing sect? Your Highness Han King wouldn't do such a thing that harms others for your own benefit. The mocking intent at the corner of Inch Yuan's lips became thicker, but he didn't reject. Instead, he was tempted. He was deep in thought. After a long while he shook his head. I still need to consider this matter. Wait for my reply in 2 days. When Yuan Zhochen heard that, his expression relaxed. Exchanging glances with Ji Lingzi, they both knew that this Han King was already tempted. Such a huge matter concerned the battle between two powers. It was expected that Yin Quan would need 2 days to consider, and there was no need to persuade or force him. They all stood up and bowed before taking their leave. Not long after the two of them left, an old man who looked around 70 suddenly walked out from behind the screen and sat down at the side. Yin Quan wasn't surprised. His brows furrowed as he picked up a bamboo scroll from the table. It was something that a small constable of Lu County handed over a month ago. Using his spiritual sense to record it, it was the most detailed intel he received regarding the Battle of Lu City. Unparalleled in battle formations, Grade 6 realm comprehending the pinnacle of sword intent. It was said that this person's sword already had a mind of its own, showing signs of being connected to the spirit. Tanxiu? Hey, this Song Shengdao actually gave birth to such a talent. Oldly, what do you think? In the Battle of Lu City, Tailing Sect lost too much and wants to win back what they lost. After that surnamed, the old man sat down. His reply was simple and direct. It is because this Tanxiu is too outstanding, the tallest tree in the forest, that Tailing Sect wants to rush him. This time they're sincerely asking Your Highness for help. Yin Quan nodded slightly. He also guessed that this was the case. Then should I agree or not? Should I just stand aside and watch? Everyone has their own gains and losses. Your Highness has already acted against Song Xingdao. There is no need to offend him to death. However, if we can ask for some manpower and money from Tailing Sect, it is not bad. As he spoke halfway, the surnamedly old man saw that Inch Yuan's eyes were filled with rage. He instantly smiled, knowing that his vague words had annoyed this Highness. However, before Your Highness makes a decision, please take a look at this thing. Yin Quan acknowledged and casually took it, only to see that in his hand was an invitation. When he opened it, his eyelids jumped. Elegant Xianin Pavilion? Tanxiu. This elegant Xianin Pavilion is the property of Qingyin Sect. I know, but this Tanxiu is really bold. Inch Yuan's eyes were filled with shock. He wants to meet me 3 days later at the elegant Xianin Pavilion. Not only that, when the surnamedly old man said that, his face was filled with disbelief. He also informed me to send people to Liaoyang, saying that 3 days later we can watch a good show. Liaoyang, isn't that my 9th brother's land? Yin Quan was more and more shocked, his expression changing. After a long while, his expression regained calmness, asking expressionlessly, Then how does old Li think I should deal with this matter? When the surnamed Li old man heard that, he knew that this highness had already made a decision. He acted like he didn't know, smiling expressionlessly. Why not agree to Ji Lingzi's side and meet Tan Xiu's side? If your highness is willing, why not let him stay? Ying Quan instantly smiled, seemingly deep and indiscernible. He also thought that way. This Tan Xiu definitely had a plan, so he had to meet him. The elegant Xianin Pavilion was one of the most famous brothels in Xiqin City. Ying Quan had come a few times in the early years, but after the Yin City Pass incident, he didn't come anymore. He disguised himself as a normal merchant and came to the back alley of the elegant Xianin Pavilion. Someone led the way, leading Yin Xuan's group straight to the 5th floor. What they saw along the way were all beauties that made one's heart flutter. The zither music flowed, gentle and low. Being provoked by the music, it made one's mind waver. However, thinking about these girls, there might be Qingyin sect disciples here. Ying Quan felt regretful, like how a beauty had no choice but to become a thief. When they reached the 5th floor, it was an empty space. Only to the side was a young man who was about 15 years old, sitting upright. Even when Ying Quan and his group arrived, he didn't get up to bow, just sitting there quietly. Without needing anyone to signal, the 10 attendants who followed Ying Quan all spread out and searched the floors above and below. Moments later, they all returned, nodding their heads towards the surnamed Li old man beside Ying Quan. This was to tell the two of them that within this elegant Xianin pavilion, there were no other grade 7 and above experts. Furthermore, there were no traps. Ying Quan couldn't help but smile. This Cang Xingdao knew his place. He didn't hesitate, directly walking to the seat of honor and sitting down. Then, he looked at the teen in the blue shirt with a teasing expression. His body was indeed extraordinary. His aura was really stable. However, where did this kid get the confidence to think that he, Ying Quan, wouldn't kill him? You are Tan Xiu. What do you want to talk to me about? Zhongshu's eyes were originally half open and half closed. When he heard that, he woke up like he had just woken up from a dream, looking outside the railing. It isn't 1 a.m. yet. Your Highness Han King came early. Let's wait for 15 minutes. Ying Quan walked up. Instantly rage rose up in his heart, only to feel the rage in his chest like a wave. He had indeed come early today. However, in this world, apart from his father and the few elders in the court, who else dared to speak to him like that? Old Man Li slightly shook his head towards him, using his eyes to signal something. Ying Quan frowned, suppressing the rage in his heart. He also didn't say anything, waiting quietly. This teen was stubborn, but had no holes. He definitely had something to rely on. He wanted to see exactly how this Tan Xiu was going to give him a reason not to kill after a quarter of an hour had passed. All of a sudden, the atmosphere on this floor was so cold that one could hear a pin drop. As time went on, Yin Xuan's expression slowly calmed down. On the contrary, the killing intent from the body of the servant beside him became thicker and thicker. It was also at this moment that a talisman suddenly appeared in the sky and descended upon them. When it landed in the hands of Old Man Li, his body shook, his expression changing. His mind shook, his true qi going out of control, directly smashing the corner of the table. He didn't dare to delay, solemnly passing the talisman to Ying Quan. Ying Quan was filled with doubt. After he took it, his face turned ashen white, his expression numb. Only after a long while did he recover. However, his face was still devoid of blood. Tailing sect direct disciple, Tai Ching, Chung Feng's sword. What a ninth brother, what a tailing sect. These few years you really played me in the palm of your hand. When Zhongshu heard that, he came back to life from the dead silence. He nodded his head towards Ying Quan as a greeting. While people don't know etiquette, please don't blame them. This time Tan Xiu is representing me, Cang Xingdao, to discuss some matters with you. Yin Xuan's pupils constricted. At this moment, he didn't have the heart to bother about the rudeness of this person. He also knew that many of Cang Xingdao's disciples didn't follow etiquette and didn't respect the ruler. Thinking that all people were equal, naturally he, the Han King, was like a commoner. Scoffing coldly, Ying Quan took in a deep breath, Then first seat Tan came for Yuan Jochin and tailing sect. Chapter 436. Then first seat Tan came here for Yuan Jochin and tailing sect. That's right. Zhongsho nodded his head. Both sides knew about this matter, and there was nothing to hide. It was best for both sides to be open about it. Tailing sect's intentions are unfathomable. I think your highness knows about it. What does your highness think? This time Inquan was expressionless. Although tailing sect and my ninth brother schemed against me, they didn't do anything. I don't have to be enemies with this top Taoist sect. You can leave today and I will act like I didn't see anything. Zhongsho smiled and knew that he was going to bargain with him. Logically speaking, at this time he should make some promises to make this Han King calm down. However, he didn't want to do that. I think your highness should beg me, Song Xingdao. You should deal with that Yuan Jochin. Oh, I am willing to listen to the details. Yin Xuan's first reaction wasn't anger, but curiosity. Like before, if this teen didn't have confidence, he wouldn't say such words. This was why his tone was a little heavier. Since that is the case, then allow Tan Xiu to speak some logic. I have read history books, and in history, fighting for the throne is the cruelest. Killing one's brother, killing one's younger brother, killing one's father, killing one's mother. These were all recorded in history. Even if your highness doesn't want to offend them, in the future will tailing sect let you off and not be enemies with you? Allow me to be direct. Even if your ninth brother lets you off in the future, he won't be able to avoid a tragic life. Zhongsho said while he was filled with emotions. This was also the reason why he wasn't willing to continue being the Monster King. He wasn't willing for his future children to kill one another. However, due to the wishes of Zhongsho, he had to protect the foundations of Gantian Mountain. Inchuan's expression changed slightly. These words are just your guesses. Moreover, that Yuan Jochin is my trusted general. Trusted general? This is a trusted general who has a close relationship with tailing sect. Since this person can betray me, Song Xingdao, why can't he betray his highness? As for the pros and cons, if his highness wants to ascend the throne in the future, it would be better to have one more friend than one more opponent. Although I, Song Xingdao, will not help you, I will not make an enemy of your highness. Before he finished his words, Inchuan's eyes changed. Zhongsho knew that such threatening words would easily make one feel disgusted. His tone then changed. Your highness, are you not willing to stay in the western Qin city for a while longer? Is it really wise to enter the capital now? Inquan was startled. He naturally wanted to stay in his fief for as long as possible. Entering the capital might seem grand, but he was the first prince to do so. However, if it was before he didn't know about the connection between tailing sect and Liao King, he could still be satisfied. Now, his heart had sunk to the bottom of the valley. Not only was it not a joyous occasion, it was enough to kick him out. However, with the officials in the imperial court calling for him, and also with his father's permission, he had no way to reject. Did this Tan Xiu have a way? With Song Xingdao's ability, he might be able to help him. Zhongsho's expression was calm, calmly pouring a cup for himself. Only when Inquan sighed and looked over with a seeking gaze did he say expressionlessly, your general was assassinated. The land under your rule has Song Xingdao bandits causing chaos. The place isn't peaceful. Is this excuse enough? Is your highness really at ease to hand your army over to Yuan Jochin? At this moment, not only Inquan, but even that old man surnamed Li was slightly moved, exchanging glances with one another. Actually, they would be able to think of such a method after a few days. However, it seemed like there was nothing more suitable than Yuan Jochin dying and Song Xingdao causing chaos. I remember that this Yuan Jochin was Song Xingdao's traitor. Isn't it a matter of course for you all to clean up your sect? The one who spoke this time was the old man, surnamed Li. Zhongsho scoffed coldly, replying without any hesitation, I Song Xingdao can kill him today, tomorrow, but I don't have to choose before your highness moves. After saying those words, Zhongsho wasn't willing to speak anymore, holding a cup of tea and not drinking, only quietly smelling the fragrance. He allowed this Han King to consider carefully. The problem was that, at this moment, there were less than 10 days until Yin Quan headed to the capital. As for this Yuan Jiuchen, this fourth prince probably hated him to the bone even more than Song Xingdao and wanted to kill him. A moment later, Yin Quan and the old man, surnamed Li, exchanged glances. Their expressions changed for a moment before they gave out a bitter laugh. "You have won. What does Song Xingdao want from me? Hellion Iron Mountain has 3 million people. I beg your highness to let them go and let them leave. Also, tens of days ago, my 10 over fellow sect members who were locked up." As he said that, Zhongshou paused. All of a sudden, he didn't know what he should get from this Han King. Song Xingdao was rich. Although this Han King was rich, in these short tens of years of operation, he might not be stronger than Zhongshou and the current Gantian Mountain. The sect probably wouldn't care about some benefits. If he asked for too much, this Han King probably wouldn't agree. Sizing up this Yin Quan, Zhongshou's gaze finally locked onto his waist, his pupils constricting slightly. "Actually, this time Song Xingdao and your highness are just taking what we each need. I, Song Xingdao, don't ask for any rewards from your highness. I, on the other hand, love metal and stone items. Give me that piece of jade. Tan Xiu is delighted and would like your highness to give it to me." Yin Quan was startled, following which his expression relaxed. These conditions were within his expectations and weren't too much. He didn't hesitate to take off the piece of jade at his waist and casually toss it to Zhongshou. This piece of jade was only of slightly better quality than the highest quality mutton fat jade. It wasn't some sort of mystical item, following which his expression turned solemn. "Then, Song Xingdao, when are you prepared to attack?" After Zhongshou received the piece of jade, he used his hands to pinch it. He knew that this item was the item in his memory. There was no mistake about it. This time, this piece of jade could be considered an unexpected surprise. He wanted to take a closer look, only to feel 2 cold gazes staring right at him. Zhongshou instantly broke out into a laugh, casually keeping the item in his hand. "As they say, there is no time like the present. Didn't your highness agree a few days ago to gather troops to help Ji Lingzi, even lending out the Dingxi Iron Cavalry?" Zhongshou looked out of the window, only to see the heavy rain pouring down continuously. "That Liao King matter will alert the enemy in the end. Long nights have many dreams. Why not do it today?" In just a few words, he decided the fate of that Yuan Jiuchen. Zhongshou's eyes squinted slightly. This continuous rain was also an unexpected surprise. The heavens were helping him. After today, he could finally break free. Why doesn't the rain stop this year? Roughly 230 miles away from Shiqing City, it was also raining heavily, lightning flashing in the sky. However, there were a full 9,000 cavalry quietly standing on the plains at the side of the river. They didn't move at all like they were statues. The ones at the helm were Yuan Jiuchen and Ji Lingzi. However, beside him, there were 2 people who stood shoulder to shoulder with him. They were all wearing armor that was equivalent to a 6th-grade spirit weapon. They had a dignified bearing, emitting a fierce tiger aura. There was a faint smell of blood in their mouths and noses. If one looked carefully with their spiritual eyes, one could see a blood-vengeful glow charging into the sky. Most of the generals in the army who had killed before were like that. The one who spoke was a 30 over middle-aged man, his face clean and handsome. Ji Lingzi expressionlessly swept the 2 of them. Out of these 2, one was the commander of the Dingxi Iron Cavalry, Xiaoze. He led 1,000 cavalry. Their strength wasn't below the purple cloud sword cavalry. The one beside him, who was grumbling out of boredom, wasn't a small matter. He was the Han King Personal Guards Commander Boli. Although his words were grumbling about the weather, he was actually expressing his unhappiness towards their tailing sect. "The 2 of you please calm down. 2 days later will be the execution of those 3 million criminals. I think that when the common people path acts, if it isn't today, then it will be tomorrow. Please work hard for 2 more days. Our tailing sect will naturally repay you after the matter." Only then did Boli shut up, exchanging glances with Xiaoze beside him and smiling. He looked towards the Li River not far away. The rain during these few days was really heavy. The flood peak of the Li River was also getting higher and higher. Luckily, today His Highness didn't need to worry about this matter. Just as he was thinking about that, two balls of light suddenly fell from the sky, landing in front of him and Xiaoza respectively. Bolli doubtfully received it. A moment later, his expression became incomparably strange. Looking at Xiaoza again, this colleague of his was extremely calm and didn't reveal anything at all. It was as if nothing had happened. Jilingzi also felt weird about these two message talismans, probing, "The two of you, does His Highness have something to instruct?" Bolli smiled, his expression instantly returning to normal as he nodded his head. "That's right. He wants the two of us to settle things quickly and return to escort His Highness. Imperial City. His Highness seems to want to move early." When Yuan Jiuchen heard that, his eyes lit up as he looked weirdly at Bolli. That Jilingzi was also delighted. However, in his heart, he still felt that something was weird. However, thinking about it carefully, he couldn't think of anything. He only thought that he was being too suspicious and didn't bother about it. After tens of breaths, he saw a bunch of scouts galloping over from the rain not far away. After they got close, the leader of the scouts galloped in front of Jilingzi and the other three, cupping his fists and bowing. "Sirs, roughly 70 miles downstream, the river dam suddenly broke. When I came down, the water had already flooded Hellion Iron Mountain. The four people here were all startled, thinking to themselves that the water was flooding Hellion Iron Mountain. What was going on? Was it intentional or intentional?" Jilingzi was only shocked for a moment before he laughed coldly. "I remember that the place that Hellion Iron Mountain is at is 170 feet below the water surface. Speaking of which, Zhang Shangdao must have built numerous ships." That scout commander instantly bowed once more, his eyes filled with shock and respect. At that time, there were 300,000 stone boats going down the river and also reaching Hellion Iron Mountain. Chapter 437. When Yuan Jiuchen heard that, a weird glow flashed in his eyes. When the dam broke and the flood charged into the shore, due to the water level being too low, the water was too strong. It wasn't suitable for sailing, especially a 100,000 stone giant boat. For those 300 ships to be able to charge down, they must have been specially modified. Who knows, they might even be able to travel in the air for a short period of time. Although the land near Hellion Iron Mountain was low, the area wasn't too big. With the current water speed, in just a few minutes, it would be able to fill up the area. The Li River flowed in the opposite direction. It was a rare river that flowed from east to west. The 300 ships needed to go down with the current and head west for roughly 3,000 miles before they could leave Taishan. Scoff! What a good plan! Flood the mountain to take revenge for the 3 million people of Hellion Iron Mountain to drown. The local officials would have an answer and wouldn't report it and harm their own future. Heading west like this would only take a few days to easily sail out of the country. Within Hellion Iron Mountain, there would definitely be Zhang Shengdao's men working inside. Those 3 million people are most likely waiting on one of the mountains. Jilingzi laughed coldly as he said that, if we didn't have the idea to use these 3 million people to force them to act early, Zhang Shengdao would have succeeded. However, today it wouldn't be so easy. Bolli and Xiaoza exchanged glances with one another. They were filled with respect, but their eyes were more filled with pity. Although you saw through his plan, you were prepared. However, they were already prepared. They had already set up a killing trap and were just waiting for someone to walk into it. On their faces, they slightly nodded their heads, not showing any weird expressions. Following which, Jilingzi waved his sleeves, energy surging out. He actually drew a picture in the grass in front of him. It was a section of the Li River, the map of Hellion Iron Mountain. Following which, he looked towards Yuan Jiuchen with a questioning expression. The latter understood and knew that although Jilingzi was smart, he himself wasn't good at strategy. He didn't hold back, pulling out the sword of his attendant and stabbing it into the top left corner of the map. This is the Black Spirit Mountain. There was a valley to the side. It was the most dangerous place in the vicinity of the Hellion Iron Mountain. It was also the only place one could pass through. Song Xingdao did not have many men. Even if they added the men who had arrived recently, they only had about 900 riders. If they want to stop my army from attacking before the sinners board the ships, they will definitely choose to stop them here. Smiling slightly, Yuan Jiochen's face was filled with a mocking expression. Those 800 common people, mysterious dragon warriors. If they were to roam and fight with us, they would definitely die. I, Yuan Jiochen, still need to have some misgivings. Now that I am stubbornly defending the stronghold, I am digging my own grave. It can cause the surrounding armies to gather near Black Spirit Mountain. Even if we can't make it in time for the battle, we can prevent Song Shengdao's bandits from escaping. Ji Lingzi's eyes slightly brightened as he said the word good. His eyes also revealed a bit of coldness. Although he didn't think highly of Yuan Jiochen's character, he trusted this person's talent. For today's battle, just the Purple Firmament Sword Cavalry alone, the sect had sent over 1,400 of them. Pretty much half of the Dao soldiers were sent over. There were also 200 elite disciples whose combat strength wasn't weak. If one added in the Han King's 1,000 Dingxi Iron Cavalry, 3,000 Close Guards, there were also 3,000 Yin City elite cavalry under Yuan Jiochen. Even if that Tan Xiao was an unparalleled talent, he had to make this person fall under Black Spirit Mountain to wash away the humiliation. Boli and Xiaoza exchanged glances with one another for the third time, thinking that it was really this Black Spirit Mountain. As expected, that person had expected it. Tens of miles away, at the side of Black Spirit Mountain, there were similarly 900 cavalry standing there. They were also like wooden statues, not moving at all in the heavy rain. However, the expressions of the few people at the front were a little strange. Where did the first seat go? Why hasn't he returned? Does this matter and need to be kept a secret? While asking, Luo Shizheng frowned and looked to the side. That was a grade 5 silver scale wind-stepping beast, Zhongshuo's mount. However, at this moment it was empty. Zhao Yinran thought about it, and felt that there was nothing to keep a secret. So she said generously, the first seat went to Shiqin City and will probably return in a short while. As for his goal, you will know in the future. The moment these words were said, not only were Luo Shi and Xuanya startled, but the Song Xingdao disciples behind were also surprised. Then, their brows furrowed, and they were deep in thought. Luo Shi's first thought was that Zhongshuo wanted to act like last time, starting from the upper echelons of the Taishang dynasty. However, thinking about it carefully, he knew that it was impossible. This was not just 10 people, but 3 million lives and deaths. To delay it wouldn't be easy. Then, what was the purpose of Tan Xiu's trip to Shiqin City? However, at such a crucial moment, he gazed into the distance, looking at the fog-shrouded Hellion Iron Mountain several dozen li away. The worry in Luo Shi's eyes was even thicker. At this moment, one could see numerous people walking out from the mines. Under the chase of the soldiers, they climbed up the high ground at the side. Who knows what the purpose of that was? Was the execution day brought forward? I'm guessing the guy probably ran away because he had no idea what to do. The voice was like a silver bell, attracting the gazes of everyone, only to see that the person who spoke was a young girl, innocent and pure. Those common people, mysterious dragon warriors who followed Zhongshuo and fought a huge battle east of Lu City, finally had a warm look in their eyes. After that battle, the person they respected the most was the current first seat of the Common People Palace, not allowing anyone to humiliate him. However, since it was an ignorant little girl, then they didn't need to care. Ruoshui also looked over, only to see Yongqin staring over furiously. She couldn't help but feel delighted, using her hand to pull her lips and make a funny face. Yongqin was startled, following which she was filled with embarrassment and rage. Even if Xuanya used her hand to pull her sleeves, she still didn't give up. I just want to say it. That year my master and palace head Fangwen weren't able to save him. What can Tan Xiu do? He is strong, but is he stronger than Senior Master Fangwen? I think we were just waiting here for nothing. Xuanya didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she heard that. thinking to herself that this silly brat was trying to make excuses for first seat Tan, or was she really unhappy with him? Zhao Yinran couldn't help but burst out laughing, quickly stopping herself, following which she rubbed her brows with a headache. After all, it was her little senior master. This time they were going to make a joke out of their seven-spirit sect. On the other hand, that Xie Guan said solemnly, what senior master said isn't wrong. It isn't that I don't trust the first seat. It is that this matter is too problematic. If we save him, we will fall into the trap of tailing sect. However, if we don't save him, we will feel guilty. In my eyes, we should report to the seniors and let the seniors of the sect deal with him. Just as he said that, a sword shadow suddenly sped over from the night sky. On the sword stood a person. It was Zhongshou. After landing, he directly sat on the silver scale, wind-stepping beast. He was still wearing a black and red armor, carrying a giant sword on his back. After landing, he looked towards the Hellion Iron Mountain in the distance. Injecting soul power into his eyes and looking carefully for a moment, he couldn't help but nod his head. The people gathered on those 10 over mountains were around 3 million. The Diensher of Hellion Iron Mountain was really good at doing things. He asked the person beside him, "Are the arrangements done?" Apart from Xian Shu, there was another commander of the common people mysterious dragon warriors. His name was Xian Qi. He wasn't familiar with Zhongshou, and their relationship was more distant. The one who replied was still the former. Following the first seat's wishes, I have laid out a formless reversal formation in the canyon, covering 20 miles. Xie Guan's eyelids jumped. Why wasn't it a killing formation, but an illusionary formation? The formless reversal wasn't an extremely strong, illusionary formation in his memory. Its only specialty was that it was hidden. Even a powerhouse of the 8th or 9th stage would walk into it if they weren't careful. How was Tanxiu so sure that this illusionary formation could be used? Zhongshou smiled in satisfaction. With that, everything was prepared except for the east wind. He swept the people around and then focused his attention on Zhong Yuan. His aura was obviously a little unstable. Occasionally, the spiritual energy around him would go berserk. This was a sign of breaking through at any moment, like when he advanced to Xiantian. He was just a step away from the Ascended Realm. The effects of those 3 Dragon Tiger Body training pills were not bad. As the rumors said, just 3 pills, and he could build up the foundations of the Ascended Realm. Just as a gratified expression appeared in his eyes, Zhongshou suddenly felt that something wasn't right. However, he couldn't recall what it was. He could only turn his head and wait leisurely. Speaking of which, it was weird that Yongqin was trying her best to slander Zhongshou. However, at this moment, when Zhongshou returned, she didn't dare to make a sound, as well-behaved as a cat. On the other hand, Xie Guan and Luoshi wanted to open their mouths to ask, but they could only forcefully bear with it. Just at this moment, they could see numerous floodwaters crazily surging over from the distance. The aura was majestic. In just 15 minutes, it totally drowned those low-lying areas. The two of them were first shocked. Then, they saw hundreds of ships appear in their field of vision. They were all newly made floating cloud ships. They weren't painted and were obviously crudely made. However, they were really sturdy. While Xie Guan's expression relaxed, his brows furrowed tightly. I'm afraid that Tailing Sect and the Han King won't allow these Hellion Iron Mountain sinners to board the ships safely. At this moment, Zhongshou finally thought about where that uneasy feeling came from. Xie Guan and Luoshi, as well as those Tsang Shengdao disciples, were all wearing the common people mysterious dragon warrior black and red armor. Each of them held a red sword in their hands. Even their mounts were silver scale, wind-stepping beasts. His stomach was in pain from laughing. Zhongshou could only bear with it, taking out the giant sword on his back. Then he looked at the upper reaches of the Li River at that Black Spirit Canyon. So in the end, we still have to fight. That Jilingzi should be arriving soon. Xie Guan instantly sucked in a cold breath. Not only him, but the many Tsang Shengdao elite disciples behind were in an uproar. They didn't fear one tailing sect. However, along with the Han King's hundreds of thousands of troops, weren't they asking to die? Could it be that Tanshio had gone mad? Chapter 438. This is the Black Spirit Mountain Valley Path. What a dangerous place. Standing on a mountain path covered in mud, Lingzi looked around, only to see that all around there was a flood. Originally, due to the high terrain, there were very few people here. However, when the water flooded, this valley became the only place one could pass through. There are mountains all around that were tough to cross. Only beside this Black Spirit Mountain, there's a relatively wide valley path that one could pass through. Actually, all mounts that reached grade 4 and above had the ability to float in the air. However, that was on the ground. Once one stepped on the water, without any support, the consumption would multiply. To be able to use the wind to travel 40 to 50 miles was already the limit. Yuan Jiuchen said that Song Xingdao would definitely choose this place to attack. As expected, it made sense. When one entered the valley path, one noticed that this place was naturally formed. Below it was covered in sand and stone. It was 3,000 feet wide and could allow thousands of cavalry to move side by side. At this moment, Yuan Jiuchen ordered all the elite cavalry to stop. Only when they could see a few 10,000-man formations rushing over did they continue forwards. Lingzi praised when he saw that. If it was some normal generals, they wouldn't be able to do this. With the purple cloud sword cavalry and Dingshi iron cavalry, these 2,000 grade 6 cavalry would be eager to charge into the valley to find those common people, mysterious dragon warriors to fight. However, this Yuan Jiuchen didn't let such strength get to his head. Instead, he placed himself in an invincible position. Just this carefulness was enough for the Han King to pay attention to him. Boli and Xiaoza felt more and more regretful. Their gazes towards Yuan Jiuchen were extremely complicated. Close to 9,000 cavalry entered the valley one after another, only to see that the surroundings were covered in a white mist. At the start, Lingzi didn't care. Only after 40 breaths did he feel shocked. However, following which he broke out into a laugh. Illusionary formation? It's the upside-down formation? I heard that although this formation is weak, it is formless and formless. No wonder I couldn't notice it before. I thought that Tanshio would lay out a killing formation here. His heart calmed down. Since there was such a large-scale spiritual formation here, then those common people, mysterious dragon warriors, and Tanshio most probably chose this place to attack. Even Yuan Jiuchen could see the importance of the terrain here. If Tanshio could not make arrangements in the Black Spirit Valley beforehand, then he was not worthy of the title of unparalleled General Seed. What he was most worried about was that the demons that Song Xingdao didn't care about the lives of the 3 million people. Indeed, after advancing for about 1 kilometer, they saw a group of shadowy pupil knights slowly galloping over in the thick fog. Lingzi raised his eyebrows as a deep blue luster appeared in his eyes. His line of sight pierced through the layers of hallucinatory haze as he looked towards that direction. There were more than 900 riders, all of them wearing black and red armor, holding large red swords in their hands, and their black cloaks fluttering in the wind. Those silver-scale, wine-stepping beasts mostly moved in unison. 3,000 and 2,000 hooves landed at the same time and raised up at the same time. However, within it, there was some disharmony and chaos. They shouldn't be true, common people, mysterious dragon warriors. One could also see that the faces of these people were filled with confusion and nervousness. Although their strength was not bad, being placed in the cavalry formation not only didn't increase their strength, but instead became a burden. However, the phaseless reversal formation still had some use. There were numerous people in the distance. When he retracted his spiritual eye and looked out once more, there seemed to be a few thousand cavalry. Lingzi couldn't help but smile, having an urge to laugh out loud. False bravado. Could this be Tanshio's method? This was too hilarious. You're at your wit's end. Yuan Jiuchen at the side also laughed coldly. I heard the horse hooves sound, and most there are 1,000. However, we need to be careful in this battle. It is best if we wipe them all out. Although he wasn't a spirit master and couldn't use his spiritual eye, he had a pair of ears. Having been on the battlefield for decades, he had already developed the art of listening. If he could heavily injure Song Xingdao here, he would be able to ensure the safety of the next few decades. Bolli and Xiaoza exchanged glances with one another at this moment, a bitter smile appearing on their faces. A bitter smile appeared in their eyes. Then, without making a sound, they pulled some distance away from the two of them. Ji Lingzi didn't understand, slightly nodding his head in agreement. That's true. We have a 100% chance of winning this battle. Winning isn't tough. What is tough is wiping them all out. His gaze swept around, finally landing on the tip of the 900 cavalry. Even if he was wearing iron armor, he still looked unusually thin and weak. Ji Lingzi's lips curled up, revealing a mocking expression. So what if he was an unparalleled general seed? So what if he was at the peak of sword intent? Wasn't it the same today? Was he going to fall here? We are probably going to die in this battle. Pretty much at the same time, there were people muttering behind Zhongshou. However, they didn't dare to make sound. At this moment, the battle was about to begin. Not only were these words useless, but it would also disturb the morale of the army. Xie Guan and Luo Shi's faces were green. The few of them were really strong, and one could roughly see their strengths. Just the level 6 cavalry on the other side already exceeded them by more than 2 times. Apart from the 1,400 purple cloud sword cavalry, there were also 1,000 Han King Dingshi iron cavalry. Apart from that, there were hundreds of thousands of troops nearby that were closing in. Not only them, but the many elite disciples of Song Xingdao also had ashen white faces. They weren't afraid of death, but when death truly arrived in front of their eyes, they still felt their hearts palpitating. If they fled now, it seemed like they still had time. Who cared about the 3 million sinners? What did that have to do with them? Betraying Song Xingdao might not mean that they had no way out. Just like Yuan Jiuqin, all of this was the fault of that Tan Xiao. Using 900 cavalry to go head-on against an enemy 10 times their number, this person was totally crazy. He wanted to bring them over to die. Various random thoughts struck at their hearts. They needed to go all out to forcefully suppress these thoughts that they shouldn't have. Generously going to die, it was easy to say, but how many people in the world could do that? Slowly, some people panicked even more, their minds not focused at all. Some people slowly calmed down, their hearts silent. Under the interrogation of their hearts, it was like their heart realm had improved, totally disregarding the words life and death. Today, within this Black Spirit Canyon, they had a fight, and they couldn't back down. Half of the 800 common people, mysterious dragon warriors, felt their hearts turn ice cold. However, these people were not only Song Xingdao's Dao soldiers, but they were also death warriors. Although they knew that they were going to die, they weren't afraid. Only their eyes were filled with despair. Only Xian Shu and Xian Qi, who knew a portion of the inside story, were still really calm, their expressions normal. It made most of them calm down, trying their best to calm down their emotions. Yongqin was not far behind Zhongshou. Her strength wasn't weak, which was why she was placed in such a position. At this moment, her face was bitter, like a frosted eggplant, totally dispirited. Dead. I was wondering what he could do. So he is still fighting head-on. Does he really think that he is a top general? 900 against 9,000. He is really crazy. If I knew, I wouldn't have come over no matter how hard I tried. I wanted them to report to their seniors, but they weren't willing to listen. My good life was ruined just like that. He could only think about these words in his heart and didn't dare to say it out loud. Zhao Yanran was at the side and couldn't take it. She could only helplessly open her mouth. Senior Master, don't worry. The first seat has his own plan to defeat the enemy. The moment these words were said, many gazes looked over. Looking at Zhao Yanran's expression, she was indeed confident and didn't look like she was faking it. Xian and Luo Shi, who were more sensitive, their brows froze up. It was a plan to defeat the enemy and not to force them back. What plans did Tan Xiao have? His heart finally calmed down. He knew that Zhao Yanran was usually the closest to Tan Xiao. She would definitely know some of Tan Xiao's plans. This woman was really intelligent. If she didn't have the confidence to succeed, she wouldn't have said those words. Zhongsho rode his horse at the front of the army. He didn't know anything about what was happening behind him and didn't bother about it. He controlled the silver-scale wind-stepping beast under him to move forwards at a neither fast nor slow pace. When they were less than 1,500 feet away, they heard Ji Lingzi's voice from afar. As they say, it's a small world. A month ago, I didn't expect that I would meet you once more here. When I set off for this place, I didn't expect that first seat tan would really wait for us here in the Black Dragon Canyon. His tone sounded indifferent, but if one listened carefully, they would be able to faintly detect the excitement and pride in his voice. Zhongsho shook his head, too lazy to bother. Ji Lingzi didn't expect this. On the contrary, he had guessed a month ago that this matter would most probably end in this Black Spirit Canyon. That Ji Lingzi was still filled with confidence, laughing coldly. Today I won with an unfair advantage. Please don't blame me. However, if any of you are willing to put down your weapons and swear to leave Tsang Xingdao, I can make the decision to let you live. The moment these words were said, within the 900 cavalry, even those Tsang Xingdao disciples whose hearts were shaken were filled with rage. They all calmed down, no longer thinking about life and death. Their fighting spirit rose up. They really couldn't take it. This Ji Lingzi already treated them like rabbits waiting to be slaughtered. Even if they fell to hell, they would drag one of them down with them. Today, only death awaited them in Black Spirit Canyon. Zhongsho could feel the change in morale behind him. He was even more speechless. It was all thanks to this person that his side was united as a fortress. Pretty much all of them had successfully passed this heart tribulation training that he had purposely set up, to be able to look death in the eye and not be afraid. In the future, be it martial path or spiritual cultivation, they would have some achievements. After he returned, he would have something to say to Senior Brother Han. Coincidentally, at this moment, they were 1,500 feet away. Zhongsho suddenly pulled on the reins, raising his hand to stop the entire army. At the same time, Yuan Jiuchen suddenly hollered furiously, "Boli! Xiaoza! What you all doing?" Chapter 439. Boli! Xiaoza! What are all of you doing? His tone was filled with incomparable shock and anger. When Ji Lingzi heard that, he was slightly shocked. Turning around to take a look, he noticed that something wasn't right, only to see that Boli and Xiaoza had both retreated into the Dingxi Iron Cavalry and the Personal Guards formation. The elite cavalry army under the Han King had already turned their horses around and headed towards the exit of Black Spirit Canyon. They were actually going to leave this place. Even the 3,000 Yin City elite cavalry under Yuan Jiuchen were also turning around and leaving. Ji Lingzi's eyes flashed with a hint of panic and confusion at first, but he instantly calmed down. His face was green as he said, "Are the two of you going to rebel? Colluding with Tsang Xingdao? The two of you are really bold. Aren't you afraid of military law?" When Boli heard that, he turned around and laughed out loud. "Cultivator Ji Lingzi, what a huge hat you are trying to cover up. Unfortunately, the reason we returned was because of the Han King's orders. Dun Wang has been in chaos recently, and he ordered us to return to calm it down. We want to accompany you here." The moment these words were said, not only were Ji Lingzi and the many-tailing sect disciples shocked, even Tsang Xingdao's side was at a loss, looking at this change in a daze. Under the suppression of these 9,000 iron cavalry, many people thought that they were definitely going to die. Who knew that before the battle even started, the other side had already split up. Xuanya, Xian, and pretty much everyone in the formation all looked towards Zhongsho with weird expressions. Could it be that this person had already expected this? Who knows what Yuan Jiuchen thought about? His face was devoid of blood. Ji Lingzi took in several deep breaths, suppressing the panic that rose up in his heart once more. "What are you all doing? Is the Han King going to break ties with our tailing sect because of this Tsang Xingdao? Our tailing sect has worked so hard for the Han King and paid so much. Is this how your highness repaid us? Aren't you afraid of our tailing sect taking revenge?" The person who spoke was not Ji Ling. The person behind him was also grade 7, wearing a Taoist robe. Her red face was filled with anger. I, Boli, do not know about this. You can ask the king of Han. Boli ordered his 3,000 cavalry to turn around in an orderly manner. He then said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "However, your highness has something that you want me to tell Brother Ji Lingzi and Commander Yuan." He said that he wanted the two of you to greet his ninth brother, Prince Liao. Thank you for taking care of me all these years. It would be impolite not to reciprocate. Ha, who knows? The two of you might receive the news soon. Yuan Jochin only felt like his mind was smashed by a heavy hammer. His heart jumped. The body on the horse also swayed, almost falling off the horse. In the depths of Ji Lingzi's eyes, a trace of panic also faintly flashed past. His expression became abnormally dark. I don't know what Liao King has to do with this matter. He only knew that the Tsang Shengdao bandits were right in front of him. Do you all dare to provoke them? Na Boli was startled. Then he mocked. I thought fellow Ji Ling would be smarter, but it turns out that you are also an idiot without any foresight. Which eye of yours saw that there were Tsang Shengdao bandits here? Anyways, my men didn't see them. Oi, Brother Xiao, did you see Tsang Shengdao people here? Xiaoza was prepared. The close to 1,000 grade 6 Dingshi iron cavalry were coincidentally behind the purple cloud sword cavalry of Tailing Sect. They were the only army that didn't retreat out of all the Han King troops. At this moment, they were together with the 900 common people, mysterious dragon warriors, forming a pincer attack. After hearing that, he expressionlessly raised his eyelids. Tsang Shengdao bandits? I have never seen them. Boli laughed maniacally once more. So, it is not only your Tailing Sect who can twist the truth. All right, I forgot to say, there are 40,000 infantry troops at the entrance of Black Spirit Canyon. If you all want to retreat, you won't be able to. You are scheming against them, but the person opposite you has already dug a hole a few days ago, waiting for you to jump in. This time your Tailing Sect didn't lose unjustly. Those 200 Tailing Sect disciples originally had mocking smiles on their faces. Even the most careful person felt that this time victory was in their hands. At this moment, all their mocking expressions froze on their faces. Those 1,400 purple cloud sword cavalry knew that the situation wasn't good. Their aura was suppressed. Coincidentally, at this moment, a golden talisman slashed through the air. Ji Lingzi received it in his hand, his face instantly covered in a black and green color. He clenched his fist, nearly crushing this talisman into pieces. At the last moment, he stopped such a thought. He casually tossed the golden talisman in his hand to Yuan Jochin at the side. The latter used his spiritual sense to take a close look. A moment later, his mouth was filled with bitterness. 7 Spirit and Qingyin Sect tried to assassinate the Liao King, drawing him to attack. Using illusionary techniques to cause His Highness to use the Taiqing Chengfeng sword. The Yin City Pass matter can't be done. We have to be careful. So that was the case. Taiqing Chengfeng sword. That was the top secret technique of Tailing Sect. In the cloud world, there was only one such sect, no one else. If this talisman came a moment earlier, they wouldn't have ended up in such a situation. The thousands of iron cavalry of the Han King retreated really quickly. In just a short moment, they were nowhere to be seen. Even 1,000 Dingshi iron cavalry retreated like a wave. This caused Yuan Jochin to heave a sigh of relief. At least this Han King still had the heart to let both sides suffer heavy losses and wasn't willing to be enemies with Tailing Sect. However, when he looked around, his heart was still as cold as ice. In this vast valley, there were only a little over 1,600 people left standing. However, compared to the huge aura from before, at this moment they were all alone. Not long ago, they still had a chance of winning. However, today, they went from a hunter to a prey in the eyes of others. However, in the end, there was still some hope. Brother G, in today's battle, both of us are at death's door. However, our Tailing Sect still has the advantage. Our numbers are close to double that of the enemy. Only by fighting to the death can we live. I know. Ji Lingzi glanced at Yuan Jochin in surprise and secretly admired him in his heart. As expected from a 1,000-foot general, his personality was really courageous and he knew how to make choices. Following which he took in a deep breath, his face sunk like water as he looked opposite. Respect. Liao King being assassinated, was it your doing? You managed to persuade the Han King and easily save the situation. I, Lingzi, am not willing to submit to anyone, but Brother Tan is the first person in the same generation to make me submit. However, in today's battle, victory and defeat is still not certain. Why don't we stop here and make peace? Zhong Shou kept silent and didn't say a word, thinking that it was normal for him to be unwilling. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with this Lingzi. This fellow was really a chatterbox, jabbering on and on, making one feel annoyed. He also thought that he was a gentleman. Zhong Shou was such a good teen and was too lazy to appreciate him. At such a time, he was actually thinking about making peace. Did water enter his head? Until the Han King's men all retreated. He turned his head and smiled. 9 times the enemy is asking to die. Now that we have double the enemy, do you all dare to fight? Those common people, mysterious dragon warriors, were still okay, but the hundreds of elite disciples all flushed red in embarrassment. However, following which a red glow appeared in their eyes. They were originally prepared to die and wanted to fight to the death. At this moment, they saw that the situation of them being outnumbered had changed. However, their desire to fight to the death didn't fade at all. Instead, their fighting spirit burned even more. Tailing Sect used this Yuan Jiuchen as bait several times to plot against Song Shengdao at Yin City Pass. Hundreds of disciples died. There were also many common people, mysterious dragon warriors who died. Anyone who knew about this matter had a stomach full of rage. Now that they had a chance to vent, why would they back off? Even if they had to go all out, they would cause these 1,000 purple cloud sword cavalry to all die. Their confidence in Zhong Shou had reached a shocking level. This person was an unparalleled general talent. A month ago, he was able to break through 400 with 200. Today, he might be able to use 900 common people, mysterious dragon warriors, to break these 1,000 purple cloud sword cavalry. Xian was originally the leader of all of them. However, when he heard that, he pursed his lips unwillingly. Xian is willing to follow the lead of the first seat in this battle. Luosher smiled. As long as it isn't 1 against 9, I am not afraid. Xuanya didn't speak. Only the hand that held the sword tightened. Xian Shu and Xian Qi were like before, expressionless. However, under that calm face, there was a little excitement. Zhong Shou's lips curled up, knowing that the morale of the army could be used. He raised the red sword in his hand horizontally by his side and laughed out loud. Since that is the case, then let's fight to the death. Let's have a good fight. The silver scale wind-stepping beast under him suddenly jumped, galloping like lightning. In just a few breaths, it had already accelerated to the extreme. The 900 scarlet red iron cavalry behind him were stunned for a moment before charging forward like a flood. Like fish scales, they followed behind Zhong Shou in clear layers. Fight to the death. Kill. When Lingzi saw that, his face turned green once more, following which he scoffed and also galloped on his horse. He was leading 1,600 purple armored cavalry. He didn't dodge or avoid, clashing head-on. Similarly, his aura covered the heavens. The sound of horse hooves reverberated throughout the ancient path, like thunder. A vast purple sword energy charged out from the cavalry force. Closely behind, a black and red sword shadow also rose up. It turned into a giant black dragon and clashed with it. In that instance, numerous amounts of energy spread all about. The entire 2 sides of the canyon seemed to have been plowed by numerous steel needles. Tens of thousands of scattered sword energy pierced numerous holes. Zhong Shou didn't think at all, the sword in his hand breaking into the purple sword light the moment they clashed. However, after a kung, it was forcefully stopped. One could see that Yuan Jiuchen's face was filled with luck and a relaxed expression. Xian Iron Winshan armor? Thinking about it, he knew what was going on. Zhong Shou laughed coldly, several white shadows suddenly charging out from his sleeves. The blade light, that was hard to see with the naked eye, just crossed, and it caused that person's head to be tossed away. Chapter 440. The speed of the knife light not only far exceeded the limits of one's eyesight. Even the spiritual senses of the grade 7 experts around could only sense a little bit of it, not knowing the details. A few white lights flashed and disappeared, following which they were kept into Zhongsho's sleeves. When Yuan Jiuchen's head flew up, he didn't know that he had died. Only when he rolled several times in the air and saw his headless corpse did he panic and despair appear on his face. Following which his head landed on the ground, instantly being stomped in a meat paste by millions of horse hooves in the intense battle. Ji Lingzi at the side hollered out, his face filled with disbelief. That was the Xian Iron Wenshan armor. Although it was grade 8, it was a spiritual artifact that could compare to magical treasures. How could it be broken so easily? He originally expected that this Tan Xiao had grasped the pinnacle of sword intent. When the Iron Cavalry fought, his strength would be unbelievably strong, enough to change the outcome of the battle. This was why he gave Yuan Jiuchen and himself such an important treasure of the sect to block the attacks of this Tan Xiao. However, were those few white lights? Why were they so easily slashed open to Xian Iron Wenshan armor? How was that possible? That disdain flashed across Samuraim's eyes before it returned to normal. The red sword in his hand waved out once more, slashing in from a gap that was revealed after Yuan Jiuchen died. Just at this moment, Zhongsho finally felt a huge intent suddenly descend from afar, trying to break into this illusionary formation. It was vast and vast, bringing with it a little impatience, wanting to totally crush this small space. Squinting his eyes, Zhongsho laughed. Speaking of which, so many grade 6 elite disciples, how would Tailing Sect not care? However, at this moment, it was already too late. 20 years ago, how many heroes of Tsang Shengdao died in the hands of Tailing Sect? To let these people go, even if Zhongsho was willing, the 900 Tsang Shengdao disciples behind him definitely wouldn't be willing. He was about to use these 1,600 heads to comfort the heroic spirits. Forcefully bearing the spiritual sense pressure, the sword light in his hand flashed, and he directly beheaded an ascended ancestor who was caught off guard. Zhongsho's figure also brushed past the despairing Ji Lingzi. Like a peerless sword, he charged into the formation of the purple cloud sword cavalry. The crimson sword in his hand swung out once more. It was incomparably brilliant. And when the sword light flashed, swords and armors were all broken, bringing about a rain of blood. The blade shadows crisscrossed with each other, emitting a continuous clanging sound. Countless sparks shot out in all directions along with the supreme force. Swords clashed against swords, armor clashed against armor. The moment the two cavalry units met, it was as if two torrents of metal had collided with each other. The cries of silver-scaled wind-stepping beasts and purple-winged lizards could be heard everywhere. This time, the 900 crimson swords were swung in unison. They were as heavy as a mountain, and they seemed to be condensed into one. Every time it slashed down, there was a dull and ear-piercing sound of metal clashing. 900 sword lights in just a few slashes. Just like that, the 1,000 purple cloud sword cavalry were pretty much sliced in half. And when the two cavalry finally crossed each other, on the ground, there were close to 900 corpses. Their armors were all broken, and their bodies weren't complete. There were also some purple-winged lizards and silver-scaled wind-stepping beasts that were still alive, giving out tragic cries. Eye-piercing blood pretty much dyed that small piece of ground red. There were 864 corpses. They were the purple cloud sword cavalry of Tailing Sect, as well as some of the elite Tailing disciples mixed within. On the side of Tsang Shengdao, there were 40 corpses. After the entire cavalry unit made a magnificent turnaround, Zhongsho was silent as he took a look at those corpses. In this battle, he was still unable to ensure that all his men were kept alive. However, these 40 people should be the final sacrifice. Behind him, the eyes of the 10 Song Shangdao disciples were all red. The ones who died just now were all common people, mysterious dragon warriors. A small half of the Dao soldiers of the sect died because they blocked swords for them. They also knew the reason for that. Among the common people, mysterious dragon warriors, half of the Dao soldiers had used up their potential and couldn't have any more breakthroughs. However, their futures were limitless, able to advance grade 7, grade 8, and even step into the celestial path. Only then did it make one's heart tremble, their internal organs feel like they were burning. They were both ashamed and furious. There was also a heavy pressure on their shoulders. In this life, if they didn't have any achievements, how could they be worthy of the deaths of their sect members? If they didn't kill 1 or 2 tailing sect disciples, how could they be worthy of their spirits in heaven? Opposite them, the remaining 800 purple armored cavalry, after charging once, didn't have the courage to turn back and fight anymore. They crazily fled towards the exit on the other side of Black Spirit Canyon. Zhongsho wasn't anxious at all. First, he didn't rush nor slow, arranging the formation of the cavalry force as he ran. Only then did he speed up, following behind. At this moment, Ji Lingzi's expression was not only ugly. Just as the Han King subordinates were retreating, he finally thought of the use of this inversion formless array. Not only could it block the spiritual sense of the sect experts, but it could also cause illusions to appear in front of their eyes. In their eyes, it was like that. The purple-winged lizards under them were like that too. Before this, when the iron cavalry clashed, they didn't feel it. However, at this moment, their footsteps would occasionally become erratic. In front of them was a piece of flat land, but when they looked at it, there would always be protrusions. Or even a piece of mountain rock would appear in front of their eyes. Sometimes, the result would be the complete opposite. Those obstacles would be completely hidden, and they would not be able to sense them, such that the speed of the entire cavalry force was unable to be raised to the maximum. On the contrary, those 800 common people, mysterious dragon warriors, were chasing close. If this went on, they would be caught up sooner or later. They would be killed from behind by these common people, mysterious dragon warriors. They roared out in unwillingness as they turned around. The entire cavalry force unbelievably completed a turn in an instant. However, at this moment, those 850 red iron cavalry were right in front of their eyes. The sword light turned into a dragon, smashing their formation into pieces. The 850 red swords were raised up in unison and slashed down. After the ear-piercing sounds of metal cutting, blood and meat splattered all about. Numerous broken armor pieces flew all about. When these 850 red iron cavalry once again stepped over hundreds of corpses, none of them died. As for those tailing sect disciples, there were less than 200 left. A large half of them were injured on their mounts. Zhongsho controlled the grade 5 silver scale wind-stepping beast under him to slowly slow down. Then he turned around coldly. At this moment, that vast spiritual sense in the sky was even more anxious and crazy. It wanted to descend here, but it was blocked by another power that wasn't any weaker or even a little stronger, such that it was unable to succeed. However, the remnant ripples of the spiritual sense would occasionally seep into the people within the formation, causing them to feel a chill in their hearts. Zhongsho didn't care at all. The giant red sword in his hand was raised up once more. He pointed at the remaining tailing sect disciples, as well as Ji Lingzi, who was still alive. If any of you are willing to put down your weapons and swear to leave tailing sect, today I, Tanxio, will let you live. Ji Lingzi only felt his chest tighten, unable to help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. This kid was too much. He had said those words before, but this Tanxio only changed a few words and said it the same way. However, at that time, he was confident. However, at this moment, he was panicking like a dog that had lost its home. Apart from despair, there was only despair. In the sky, there would occasionally be several explosions. Within the rain, numerous lightning flashed. Fang Wen and Han Feng weren't able to survive in that space gap. They brought Shi Rulin back to the cloud world. I think that Qi Yunzi is about to go crazy from anxiousness. Fang Wen looked into the distance, only to see a patch of dark clouds which he couldn't see clearly. However, to him, it wasn't a difficult matter. The place where Han Feng and Qi Yunzi clashed was within that lightning cloud. It continuously roared, each time crazier and crazier, each time larger and larger. In a short few exchanges, it caused that small space to show signs of collapsing. Each time, it would stir up wind and clouds, shocking heaven and earth. He couldn't understand the mysteries within, causing him to sigh. Based on what he knew, Han Feng was a God Realm peak expert. Today, he was a grade 9 peak spiritual grandmaster, the peak of the cloud world. After stepping into the celestial path, one needed to cross the spirit realm and celestial realm before one could enter the God realm. However, if one split these three realms like the human, earth, and heaven realms, there was a full 9 grades difference. As expected, the difference in strength was unimaginable. If it was me, I would also be anxious. Just the 1,400 purple cloud sword cavalry here was already close to a third of Tailing Sect's numbers. If those 200 disciples are lost, their essence energy will be hurt. Who knows how long it will take to make up for it? Han Feng stood at the side with his hands behind his back. When he heard that, he smiled and turned his head. It is best if you don't look. If you look too much, it will affect your heart realm. If Tan Xiu was here, he might be able to comprehend some things. Feng Wen's brows rose up, but he wasn't unhappy. As expected, he stopped looking and turned his eyes downwards. Senior Master Zone laid out this illusionary formation. It is really worrying. It blocked Qi Yunzi's spiritual sense outside. However, both of us are unable to see through it. What is the situation within? What is there to worry about? Han Feng shook his head disapprovingly. From the moment the Han King retreated, Junior Brother's chances of winning were already set. Sword Path 1 with the spirit, unparalleled formation charging, and also those 7 heaven and earth variants. No matter what Tailing Sect does, they would be able to deal with it. We only need to worry about the losses of my Tsang, Shengdao disciples. These are all really talented people. They originally wanted to give it a try and come back after some training. They didn't plan to succeed, but who knew that Junior Brother Zone would be able to turn the tables and settle this matter? Just as he said that, Han Feng suddenly exclaimed and looked into the sky. Chapter 441. Just as he said that, Han Feng suddenly exclaimed, looking into the sky, "Those 4-world protector venerables have finally come. How late, making me wait for so long." Fang Wen was also moved and heaved a sigh of relief. With these few world protector venerables here, no matter how anxious Qiuyun was, no matter how crazy he was, he wouldn't dare to be too arrogant. However, at this moment, a lightning spear that was thousands of feet long suddenly pierced down from the sky. Han Feng's eyes opened slightly, following which he scoffed coldly. He waved his sleeves, and there were ripples in the air. Instantly, a lightning glow exploded out, smashing towards his waist. Lightning flashed and spread all about. Amidst the thunder, a large portion of the lightning clashed and dissipated. A portion charged into the Black Spirit Canyon and blew out a corner of the phaseless reversal formation before it was smashed into pieces. The situation within finally appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Fang Wen instantly looked down, only to see Tsang Shengdao's 900 mysterious armor iron cavalry were pretty much complete, standing at the west exit. They lost only 40 people. His eyes dimmed slightly, but his heart was also slightly relieved. When he looked at the 2 areas where the corpses gathered, he couldn't suppress the joy in his heart. Huge victory. Moreover, it was a suppressive victory. Out of the 1,400 purple cloud sword cavalry, only 100 were left. As for those 200 Tailing Sect elite disciples, there were only less than 40 left. After this battle, within 10 years, they didn't need to pay special attention to this top sect of the Taoist faction. Tsang Shengdao, who couldn't take the burden, could finally take a breather. using this period of time to free up strength to totally solve many problems. The outcome of this battle could threaten everyone, causing those people who had nefarious intentions towards Song Xingdao to restrain themselves. The black cloud layer opposite was even thicker, rumbling and rumbling. Numerous lightning flashed like it was brewing something. Hanfang smiled, with a thought. A bright long sword flew out and circled around his body. Just now, he didn't expect that when Qiuyun and the other three arrived, they would be so crazy and go all out. But now there was no such thing. If they were to fight again, it would be a fight to the death. He even laughed. Brother Qiuyun, I remember that 20 years ago, I tried to save people at Yin City Pass, but was stopped by you. He mocked me, saying that I've lived for so many years in vain, yet I can't afford to lose. Do you still remember those unpleasant words from back then? He said that this is a fight between juniors and that we should rely on our own abilities. Seniors like us shouldn't interfere. Now, could it be that fellow Taoist is also a sore loser like me and is prepared to protect your child? Within the black cloud, it was totally silent. Qiuyuan kept silent and didn't reply. Hanfang laughed maniacally, extremely delighted. 20 years ago, my Song Xingdao and your tailing sect didn't bother each other. But because of your greed, you attacked my sect's disciples. 3 assassinations, a total of 434 lives. They died far away. But today, with these 2,000 lives in exchange, it is enough to comfort the spirits of our sect's disciples in heaven. Fan Wen smiled. The casualties of Tailing sect in this battle added up to more than 2,000. The Liao King's exposed identity dealt a heavy blow to Tailing sect. Shi Rulan beside him acted like he didn't hear anything, looking down calmly, extremely focused. Shut up! A shout suddenly rang out in the black cloud layer. It interrupted Hanfang's words, following which a person stepped out from the cloud layer. 30 years old, his face was thin and majestic, a golden hairpin was stuck in his head. His body was also covered in a green Taoist robe. He first looked below. His eyes couldn't help but twitch, a heart-pained expression flashing across his eyes. More than half of the 1,400 purple cloudsword cavalry had been defeated here. The remaining elite disciples of the sect were almost completely wiped out. This Song Xingdao obviously knew about the Liao King matter and had the chance of winning in his hands. However, they were still continuously increasing their bargaining chips to lure Tailing sect into the trap and send out even more people. How despicable! In the end, his gaze focused on the mysterious armored teen who was holding the giant red sword and holding the knife horizontally, pointing it at Ji Lingzi. This is the new junior nephew that Yu Hanfang accepted. Good, good, very good. As expected, he's a talent. If he can grow up, he will be an unparalleled famous general and be able to threaten the world. In his heart, he wanted to slap this Tan Chio to death. It was this person who caused Tailing sect to suffer such heavy losses that it would be tough for them to recover for many years. At such a crucial time when the spiritual wave was rising, they had to suffer such heavy losses. However, he could only forcefully bear with this impulse. If he were to attack, even if one of the 4 people came from Tailing sect, he had to interfere. He hesitated, struggling for a moment. Qiuyun's voice suddenly turned gentle. What do I have to do for you to let go of my Tailing sect disciples? There seemed to be a pleading tone in his words. Hanfang was startled, following which he broke out into a laugh, shaking his head slightly. Brother Qiuyun, why do you have to do this? Today, if it was you, would you agree? Have you forgotten how I, Hanfang, begged you back then? How you replied back then, I, Hanfang, will also reply the same way. Qiuyun's face turned ashen white. How would he not remember that it was the happiest thing in his life? However, today it was totally the other way round, being humiliated by Hanfang. However, he had to save the close to 200 disciples below. At this moment, to be able to survive under the swords of those 800 common people, mysterious dragon warriors, the disciples who survived the calamity were all true elites. After a few years, they might be able to help Tailing sect recover some losses. Thinking about it for a moment, Qian finally heaved a sigh of relief. 3 mid-sized Mind Stone veins. Is that possible? Hanfang laughed coldly. Mind Stones were good things. 3 mid-sized Mind Stone veins could support another 300 common people, mysterious dragon warriors. However, how could all of this go up against the hatred in his heart? Add 3 more Xian Iron Wenshan armor. My tailing sect is willing to agree with Song Shangdao to not offend him for 30 years. The Xian Iron Wenshan armor was a grade 8 spiritual artifact, but its defensive ability could be compared to a grade 2 magical treasure. Within Tailing Sect, only grade 8 and above cultivators had the right to be equipped with it. This armor needed a special spiritual metal, which could only be produced in the mines of Tailing Sect. Hanfang didn't care at all. As for that contract, in his eyes, there was no need. If Song Xingdao was strong, why would he need to fear the provocation of the enemy? On the contrary, the current Tailing Sect had to worry about being attacked from both front and back. Qian frowned, his fist finally clenched, saying coldly, Yin City Pass Governor Xueshi as well as all 134 Tsang Shengdao disciples are locked up by my Tailing Sect. My Tailing Sect is willing to exchange and guarantee that they will recover their cultivation. How about that? Xueshi? A bright glow flashed in Fongwen's eyes, revealing a look of disbelief. His unfortunate junior brother actually didn't die, and those 134 Tsang Shengdao disciples who he thought had died in the hands of the enemy were actually still alive? Hanfang was also moved, the emotions in his eyes fluctuating. After a long while, he regained calmness and then looked up at the starry sky. The heavens have eyes. Senior brother, senior brother, today, I, Hanfang, finally have an answer to you. Looking below at Zhongsho's body, Hanfang's expression was really complicated. This junior brother, he really didn't know how to thank him. In the past, due to the Yin City Pass incident, his senior brother left in a fit of anger. Although he was still communicating with Song Xingdao, he wasn't willing to return for tens of years. It also caused many elders in the 3 sects and 6 schools to be estranged from Tsang Xingdao. In exchange for the intents of those Tsang Xingdao disciples, it wasn't as simple as 134 lives. As for the 100 elite disciples that followed Zhongsho, their energy was totally different now, like they had been cleansed, giving off a charm and aura that they had never had before. Their aura also changed. A firm look appeared at the center of their brows. That was a feeling that one would only have after going through life and death training. Who knows, maybe a few years or even decades later, there would be 30 to 60 grade 7 experts who would come out from within. There would definitely be many who would be able to break through that celestial barrier. Although his junior brother only wanted to cultivate and wasn't willing to have too much to do with the sect. What he didn't know was that after this battle, numerous powers within the 3 sects and 6 schools would be grateful to him, especially that Xueshi, for him to be able to return, it would benefit him for the rest of his life. Laughing lightly, Hanfang suddenly raised his head, smiling brightly. Deal. There was no need to hesitate about this matter. It was a great thing. How could he not agree? Zhongsho was below. The sword in his hand was raised up impatiently. Thunder rumbled and rumbled above. Wave after wave of vast wills tried to crush down time and time again. Luckily, they were all blocked by Hanfang. Although it made one's heart jump, it wasn't able to hurt him. He had also heard the conversation between the two of them. When Hanfang's last sentence was said, not only did the remaining Tailing Sect disciples relax, but the expression of the remaining Tailing Sect disciples also relaxed. Zhongsho also knew that the matter today had already ended. He couldn't kill this person anymore. If it was just for Mind Stone mines and a few Xian Iron Wenshan armor, even if Hanfang agreed, he would still attack. Anyways, Hanfang was his senior brother and couldn't control him. However, since it involved the lives of hundreds of sect members, then he could only let it go. He was thinking in his heart, who was this Xueshi? It sounded like he was a really important person in Song Xingdao. He wasn't just the defending general of Yin City Pass. He was also cursing in his heart. This Hanfang really followed behind him all the way. Fortunately, He didn't do anything that would arouse suspicion along the way. They passed by several famous treasure lands, the few low-grade top instance dungeons in Shenhuang. He resisted the urge to ask about them. The 800 cavalry behind Zhong Shou were all silent. Although their hatred hadn't been solved, they didn't have any intentions of going against orders. Just as Zhong Shou was about to unwillingly keep the sword, a voice rang out. That Jilingzi's eyes were burning with flames as he stared over. "Do you dare to have a fair fight with me?" Chapter 442. Do you dare to have a fair fight with me? When his words landed, the many Tsang Shengdao disciples were startled when they heard that. In the next instance, Luosher laughed coldly. "Fair fight? You're really shameless. First seat, don't bother about him. If one said that the gap between grade 5 and grade 6 was 10 times, then the gap between grade 6 and grade 7 was close to 100 times. Before this, although the three of them were so envious of Tan Xiu's position as the first seat of the Common People Palace, they all wanted to fight for it. However, no one thought about using the strong to bully the weak. However, even if they decided to challenge, they had to wait for Tan Xiu to cross this threshold before doing so. Xian Shu, Xian Qi, as well as Xian Yi and Xia's faces all turned dark and cold. Jilingzi didn't bother at all, his gaze pressuring like he wanted to pierce through Zhong Shou. Zhong Shou himself was a little tempted and wanted to experience the secret sword technique of Tailing Sect, Tai Ching Chung Feng's sword. If a core disciple like Jilingzi used it, he would be able to see the whole picture and have a totally different experience. However, thinking about it carefully, it wasn't worth it. If other people said they wanted to fight, he would stupidly agree. There wasn't much benefit to winning. In front of that God Realm expert, he wouldn't be able to kill him, and he wouldn't be able to use many killing moves. If he agreed, he would be a fool. If it wasn't a life and death battle, it wouldn't have much effect on training his sword technique. Scoffing coldly, the corner of Zhong Shou's lips revealed a disdainful, mocking intent. Jilingzi's expression changed and knew what Zhong Shou meant. Someone who lost to him. How could he dare to be brave? He had already won the group fight, so why should he fight one-on-one with him? However, he was still a little unwilling, gritting his teeth. He took out 2 items from his heaven and earth bag and threw it out. "I'll bet these 2 eggs of mythological beasts. I wonder if you dare, Tan Xiu?" Zhong Shou squinted his eyes. Looking at the 2 objects floating at the side, he saw that they were 2 fist-sized turtle eggs. They were faint black in color, and densely packed purple-gold runes were scattered on the eggshells. "This is a Xuanwu turtle egg?" The entire Black Spirit Canyon instantly fell silent. Even though the beast egg before him wasn't a real divine beast, it wasn't too far from it. Zhong Shou's eyes also lit up. This was what it meant to plant flowers but not blossom, but unintentionally plant a willow and the willow grow. Previously, he had failed to trade for the Xianin turtle in the city beside Tsang Shengdao Palace. Now, he saw someone whose bloodline was closer to the Xuanwu bloodline. Once the Xuanwu turtle egg hatched, it would truly be at the peak of the 6th rank. Compared to the egg of the red fire golden phoenix, it was no weaker. This bargaining chip had indeed moved his heart. Having made up his mind, Zhong Shou looked up again. In the next moment, a cold voice was heard. "You can fight with the sword, but don't kill." Zhong Shou's brows rose up. This voice was foreign and didn't seem to come from Han Fang. He thought that the old ancestor of Tailing Sect would take the chance to let them fight to the death, leaving life and death up to fate. He couldn't help but curl his lips. He felt a little regretful that he couldn't take this chance to take this person's life. However, he still jumped off that silver-scale wind-stepping beast, casually stabbing that door-sized giant red sword into the ground. That standard mysterious dragon sword was used along with the common people mysterious dragon warrior cultivation method formations. Similar to the Blood Cloud armor and Blood Cloud halberd, it was a pseudo-grade 5 spiritual artifact. This was why just now he couldn't slash open the black iron when Shan armor. If he really wanted to fight, he had to change weapons. Directly taking out the firine sword, Zhong Shou walked in front of Jilingzi. He changed his identity in Tsang Shengdao. Naturally, this sword had changed its appearance. That time he gave it to Hanshi to refine the heaven metal blood silver. Zhongsho also brought along a layer of this spiritual gold outside of the bone sword. It was like a sword sheath. One could take it off when not in use. Once it was sheathed, it would only slightly affect the weight and sharpness of the sword. Just as he stood still, a cold glint flashed across Jilingzi's eyes. Streaks of sword shadows seemed to have merged into the wind as they suddenly flew over. In the blink of an eye, that extremely sharp sword energy was right in front of Zhongsho's neck. Zhongsho's brows rose up, the sword in his hand slashing out, only to hear a low con sound. It was really dangerous. Pretty much at the last moment, he was able to deflect that sword light away. At this moment, the surrounding Tsang, Shangdao, disciples, all heaved a sigh of relief. Xuanya scoffed coldly. Shameless. That sword just now was close to a sneak attack. Standing in the position of a life and death enemy, one was helpless. However, to a martial cultivator, he had no sense of shame. Towards the character of this Jilingzi, he was already filled with disdain. Out of everyone, even Yongqin's face was filled with worry. Who knew what this Tanxio was thinking? Did this fellow really think that he could win that Xianming turtle egg? Even if he grasped the pinnacle of sword intent, it wasn't easy for a grade 6 to win a grade 7. So why did he have to fight with this person? Closely following, which was a series of clanking sounds. Like rain hitting a banana leaf, numerous sword energy flew out in all directions. Many sword energy slashed numerous deep marks on the stone walls on both sides. Even the nearby Tsang Shengdao and tailing sect people had no choice but to retreat hundreds of feet away. However, the eyes of the crowd were filled with more and more shock. Jilingzi's sword shadow was so quick that one couldn't see it clearly. In just a breath, he could slash out 20 to 30 swords, endless and unending. This Taiqing Chengfeng sword was indeed terrifyingly strong. Although the sword speed was quick, its power didn't decrease at all. Instead, each sword strike was faster than the previous one. The sword light danced with the wind, and also gave rise to a violent tornado beside Tanxio. It was no weaker than the destructive strength of the two cavalry forces not long ago, destroying everything around. However, Tanxio, who was within the storm, was still calm and unruffled. His speed was naturally far from Jilingzi's. The difference couldn't be calculated with logic. However, the sword shadow that turned into a tornado was easily blocked. Slowly, around his body, it formed a circular sword circle. It was only 10 feet, but it was like a lightning pool, unable to be crossed. No matter how Jilingzi attacked, how he hit it, it didn't collapse and didn't change shape. It was like there was a suction force, not only slowly sucking in the heaven and earth spiritual energy from all around. The sword energy that Jilingzi slashed out was like a clay ox entering the ocean when it charged into the sword circle. There was no sound at all, like it was born to be able to swallow everything. The people at the side slowly saw through some things. Before this, they thought that Zhongsho was able to block it because he relied on his shocking judgment after reaching an extremely high level in the martial path. At this moment, they noticed that the sword technique that Zhongsho displayed was indeed not ordinary. Xuanya and Luosher, who knew their stuff, had solemn expressions on their faces. This sword technique was pretty much unparalleled in defense, but also like it contained many types of sword shadows that were merged into one spot. Even if there were many flaws that weren't enough, this 10-foot sword circle, if the opponent was them, no matter what they thought, it would be tough for them to break through. In the sky above, 2 exclamations broke out. Who knows if it came from Han Feng or Qiu Yunzi? 2 vast spiritual intents rippled once more. Not only that, he could faintly sense that there were a few other, even more concealed, and even more powerful wills that had arrived at this place. At this moment, Zhongsho was enjoying it. He hadn't felt so happy in a long time, casually displaying his sword technique. Pretty much just because he was excited, the sword in his hand rose up along with it. This inner armor and the steel pillar outer bone combination was able to block the true chi of a grade 7 expert. The muscles and tendons of his body, even the vital energy and bones. Although he was bearing huge pressure, it wasn't like when he was on Dragon Gathering Mountain, where he felt like his body was about to be smashed into pieces. To be able to go up against Ji Lingzi, he was getting more and more used to it. Before this, he was barely able to keep up, but now he could easily block and break Ji Lingzi's sword in advance. In this world, he had bitterly struggled for close to 2 years. Today, he was finally able to go up against grade 7 experts and compete with them. What made him happy was that this sword technique that he deduced in his last life and continuously improved in this life could finally be used in battle, and the effects seemed to be not bad. Following which, Zhongshou didn't bother about his sword, not thinking about anything, letting his instincts take care of him. More of it was observing the mysteries of the Tai Ching Chengfeng sword. His eyes were filled with the joy of a hunter. In his last life, he had experienced that to secretly learn sword techniques, one had to first observe the sword intent and then investigate the path of the sword. First obtain the spirit and then learn the form. With that, even if one didn't know the specific Heart Sutra, one could more or less learn a large part of it. Each time they clashed, Zhongshou would be able to deduce how the opponent's true chi was circulating in his chakra meridians through the clash of true chi. Just 200 swords later, a rough internal energy circulation diagram appeared. It had already vaguely appeared in his mind. However, at this moment, a cold scoff spread down from the void. Useless thing! Are you prepared to let that kid learn all of the Tai Ching Chengfeng sword of my tailing sect before you are satisfied? Ji Lingzi was first shocked, following which his body floated backward and retreated 200 feet out. At this moment, the area around the two of them was in a mess with holes all around. The ground was flattened by hundreds of feet. The stone walls on both sides were in danger, close to collapsing. Only the area around Zhongshou's body was perfectly fine, 10 feet wide. Ji Lingzi took in a deep breath, suppressing the waves in his heart. The grade 8 spiritual sword in his hand became brighter and brighter, more and more eye-catching. What sword technique is this? Why haven't I heard of it before? Zhongshou's eyes squinted, knowing that the opponent was accumulating strength. The next sword would probably decide victory or defeat. However, he didn't care much, expressionlessly replying, "It is normal that you haven't heard of it. This is the one Origin sword, a sword technique that I created myself. The path of heaven and earth. 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, 3 gives birth to all living things." His sword, 10,000 streams merged into one. Naturally, 1 could split into 2, the sword split into yin and yang. It was the great sun yin-yang dharma that gave him inspiration. To be continued. Chapter 443. Actually, Zhongshou was far from completing this sword technique that merged hundreds of schools into one. At this moment, he had split the sword techniques he learned into 2 sword techniques. Along with the stack word meaning of the 99 long Ing sword, he finally had a rough framework. 1 Origin sword? Self-created? Ji Lingzi muttered, but his gaze was even more sinister. His body turned illusionary as he crossed hundreds of feet. The blazing sword light streaked across the sky and charged toward Yi Qingyu. The sword energy surged, but it was restrained to the extreme, compressed at that tip. Just looking at it made one's heart jump. Everywhere it passed, there was a sharp whistling sound. All the spiritual energy, all the air was forcefully repelled, causing a destructive energy ripple. Zhongshou's eyelids jumped. Just one look, and he knew that his 1 Origin sword was filled with flaws and couldn't block it. His heart was still cold. Since he couldn't block, then he would attack. Attack! The silver sword circle flashed, and then disappeared without a trace. Following which all the sword light gathered in front of Zhongshou, turning into a sword and stabbing out. Going all out to block the 200 swords of Ji Lingzi, absorbing bit by bit, the accumulated true chi and sword energy all exploded out at this moment. At this moment, the surrounding Tsang, Shengdao, disciples all frowned. They were feeling worried for Zhong Shou. However, in the next instant, these people's eyes all widened. No expression was able to be reflected on their faces. Zhong Shou's sword was totally sudden. When the sword light rose up, it pretty much stole all the light in this small area. Stunning and sharp, the sword speed was 5% faster than that of Jilingzi. The strength of the sword was also several times stronger, like it wanted to absorb all the heaven and earth spiritual energy in the entire Black Spirit Canyon into the sword body. Where the sword shadow passed, the afterimage didn't even have time to disappear. Looking at it, it was like a line stabbing forwards. At this moment, Jilingzi, who was facing the attack head-on, was already horrified to the extreme. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Originally, he was 100% sure that he could break Zhong Shou's tortoise shell. But now, he was left with nothing but despair. The silvery white sword shadow was right in front of him as soon as it appeared. It was so fast that even a 7th-stage powerhouse like him couldn't react in time. He also understood that before his sword could even hurt Tanxio, the other party's sword would be able to take his life. Without the slightest hesitation, Jilingzi fiercely blocked with his sword. Instantly, with a bang, the grade 8 spiritual weapon in his hand was actually unable to withstand it and shattered into pieces. Jilingzi also felt his right hand go numb, limp and powerless. It was as if he had been almost crippled by the impact of this huge force. However, the silver-white sword light did not stop there. It did not stop there and pierced in his chest. A layer of yellow light appeared on the mysterious iron Wanshan armor, blocking the sword light. Following which, with a pung, it exploded in all directions. Following which, all his clothes were smashed into pieces. Luckily, Zhong Shou's sword didn't go in any deeper. It tapped on his chest before he retracted it. However, the huge force that smashed into Jilingzi's body caused him to be tossed into the air. He crossed 1,000 feet of space and smashed into the stone wall. His entire body was like the word as he was embedded into the stone wall. Thank you, thank you. I will kindly accept those 2 Xianming turtle eggs. Zhong Shou smiled and kept the fire Yin sword in his hand. If there was the one origin Yin sword, then naturally there would be the one origin Yang sword. The full name of this sword technique was the one origin Great Phaseless Sword. Based on his imagination, this sword speed could not only merge 10,000 streams into one, but could also simulate any sword technique in the world. Moreover, at least 90% of power was even above the original version, which was why it was called phaseless. In Buddhism, there was a 10th level Holy Spirit level Heart Sutra called Small Formless Method. It was said that it could imitate all the cultivation methods below the 10th level. It was so vivid that it didn't lose out in the slightest. Zhong Shou was really ambitious and didn't want the sword technique that he created to be inferior to others. This large phaseless technique naturally surpassed the small phaseless technique. Anyways, he would first suppress it in terms of name. He also kept the 2 turtle eggs into his heaven and earth bag. Zhong Shou couldn't help but look at the fellow in the stone wall. At this moment, there wasn't a single piece of clothing on Jilingzi's body. They were all smashed by Zhong Shou's sword energy. His body was covered in bruises. His face was green and red like he hadn't recovered till now. He looked really haggard. Zhong Shou shook his head when he saw that, thinking to himself, why bother? Suddenly, the corner of his eyes swept towards Jilingzi's crotch. Zhong Shou was startled, muttering softly, how small. Thinking to himself, that thing was similar to a steel needle. Amongst the Tsang Shengdao disciples, a burst of laughter broke out. 10 teen girls' faces flushed red, scolding out as they shifted their gazes. However, they couldn't help but sneak a look. As expected, it was really small. Even those common people, mysterious dragon warriors who were more stable smiled, their lips filled with smiles. That Jilingzi's face was already turning purple. He only felt extremely ashamed and humiliated. If it wasn't for his body being unable to move, he really wanted to go all out against this Tanxio. Who cares about the orders of the sect elders? Even if he died together with him, he would kill this Tanshio. Out of everyone, only Xuanya and a few others still had solemn expressions. His mind was filled with the image of the silver-white sword light. They wanted a challenge for the position of the first seat, but just that sword from Tanshio, they didn't have any confidence in being able to take it. At this moment, Tanshio's cultivation was only grade 6. If before, when they knew that this person had comprehended sword intent to the extreme, they still had thoughts of giving it a try. However, at this moment, they didn't have any such thoughts. The moment Zhongsho's words left his mouth, he felt that he had said something wrong, feeling a little ashamed. Sorry. Tanshio didn't mean to say that. He was just too shocked. That's not right. Actually, cultivator Ji Lingzi's standard is around that of normal people. There isn't anything surprising about him. He saw that Ji Lingzi's eyes were already giving off a green glow. The flames that were burning before were even more intense. That sharp gaze was like he wanted to slice him into thousands of pieces. Zhongsho thought about it and decided to keep his mouth shut. The more he explained, the worse it would get. Moreover, he wasn't afraid of offending this person. He only felt that it wasn't nice of him to sprinkle salt on someone's heart where they felt inferior. He really didn't mean to say those words. He was kind enough to casually summon the clothes of a corpse nearby to cover Ji Lingzi's body, especially his lower body, which was wrapped up tightly. Zhongsho directly walked back and rode on the silver-scale wind-stepping beast. At this moment, someone had already helped him to wrap up Yuan Jiochen's head and was prepared to bring it back to the sect. The corpses of the dozens of fellow sect members were also kept properly. Zhongsho looked above, only to see that the black clouds had thinned out a little. Those two indiscernible auras had already retreated. Who knows if they had left or not? The matter here had already ended. What was left was to chase up to the fleet that should have returned to the Li River and protect those 3 million people to safely leave the territory of the Central Dynasty. Zhongsho felt his body relax, just as he was about to turn his horse around and gallop out of Black Spirit Canyon. He saw a large bunch of troops swarming in from the canyon entrance. The ones at the lead were Boli and Xiaoza, who had just retreated, along with thousands of iron cavalry. Looking at the situation within, Boli was first startled. Xiaoza's eyes were also filled with shock. Zhongsho laughed and turned his head. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Could it be that your highness, King of Han, is preparing to be the fisherman, the oriole? Boli's face twitched, following which he smiled bitterly and cupped his fists towards Zhongsho. How is that possible? The two of us are just following the Han King's orders to take a look at the situation here. His Highness isn't in a good situation. Others might not know, but First Seat Tin should be clear about it. Why would he go against Song Xingdao at such a time? When Zhongsho heard that, he didn't know whether to agree or disagree. The current Han King naturally didn't have the rights to be the fisherman. He definitely couldn't be the enemy of Song Xingdao and Tailing Sect at the same time. However, once he inherited the throne, that might not be the case. This bunch of elite cavalry troops entering the canyon might not be like what they said, just wanted to take a look at the situation within. Scoffing coldly, Zhongsho pointed towards the remaining 200 Tailing Sect disciples, as well as Ji Lingzi, who was still embedded in the stone wall. My sect has already exchanged with Tailing Sect for these people. Don't harm his life. As for that Yuan Jiochen's head, Song Xingdao will take it away. If he didn't point it out clearly, these Han King troops might attack these Tailing Sect disciples. That Han King Inquan had run this Westland for tens of years. He had millions of elites under him and was one of the strongest out of all the kings. He wasn't willing for this person to fall so quickly. With this person here, it wouldn't be so easy for the Liao King to ascend to the throne. Following which Zhongsho didn't stay any longer, bringing all the mysterious armor iron cavalry and galloping away, charging out from the exit on the other side, until the galloping sounds of the silver-scale wind-stepping beasts couldn't be heard. Bo Litsai heaved a sigh of relief. This Tanshio is so young and only grade 6. Why does he have so much power when he speaks? Even I can't take it? Looking at the corpses of the purple cloud sword cavalry, his gaze was even more complicated, wiping out double the number of enemies and only injuring 1 out of 30. This person is really amazing. An unparalleled general seed is so strong. He originally thought that both sides would be injured and they would need to clean up the mess. Who knew that the best outcome would be like this? Xiaoza frowned as he looked at the center of the canyon. It was where Zhongshou stood before, the 10 feet of land that wasn't damaged at all. After long, while he raised his head, just now after the cavalry battle, there was a peak grade 7-sword battle. One of them was Jilingzi, the other was probably Tanxiu. Bo Litsai's eyes instantly constricted. How was that possible? If that was the case, this person would be the biggest problem for Taishang in the next tens of years. Chapter 444. Those 300 cloud ships were still in Hellion Iron Mountain. Out of the 3 million felons here, only half of them had boarded. Seeing that, Xian, Xuanya, and the others all frowned. If it wasn't for Zhongshou making arrangements to dig a hole and wait for Tailing's sect to jump in, if these 900 people really attacked, no one would be able to survive. Out of those felons, a small half of them were all dried up, their clothes torn and tattered. Even the strongest among them were as thin as a match. However, at this moment, they were all pumped up, joy appearing in their eyes. Their dry eyes finally had some hope. However, they were also a little emotional. Those who didn't board were all looking at these large ships in a fervent and anxious manner. Luckily, there were hundreds of Tsang, Shandao outer sect disciples who were working hard to maintain order, and no chaos occurred. Zhongshou expressionlessly looked at these people and didn't pay much attention to them. Towards the situation of these felons, at most he felt pitiful and sad. He didn't mind helping them when he had the ability. However, to say that he would pity them and sympathize with the pain of these 3 million people, that was impossible. Zhongshou's sympathy wasn't so overflowing. Out of the 300 cloud ships that were either built temporarily or gathered from nearby, there was one that was empty to be used by the Tsang Shengdao disciples. The moment Zhongshou boarded the ship, he saw his senior brother Han Feng smiling as he waited in the room that was allocated to him. In front of him were 2 items, 2 jade talismans and a jade letter. Zhongshou didn't hesitate to take all these items into his hands. He casually slapped the 2 jade talismans, and they turned into light spots, gathering into his sect token. It was the 200,000 merit points that Han Feng promised. As for the jade letter, what was recorded was naturally the 8th and 9th meridians of his world's shocking spiritual art. Zhongshou used his spiritual sense to browse. A moment later, he was delighted. As expected of a God Realm expert, he had already deduced all the cultivation techniques for these few levels. Furthermore, it was even more complete than the version that he had deduced himself. It could correct many of the omissions. However, on the surface, he did not seem to care at all. Senior brother, are there no additional rewards this time? When senior brother instructed us, he didn't say that we were going to exchange people with Tailing sect. Han Feng chuckled, as if he had expected this. He was neither surprised nor displeased. Instead, he asked curiously, "Junior brother, what else do you want?" This time, all of you have indeed exceeded the requirements of the sect's mission. As long as your request is not too much, I will agree to it. Zhongshou's expression immediately became joyful, and his eyes shone brightly. Do you have any rank 6 baby beasts of the Qilin and the Azure Dragon bloodlines? If not, tier 5 is fine too. Before he finished speaking, he saw Han Feng frown, revealing a troubled expression. Zhongshou knew that Han Feng wouldn't be able to take it out. Or maybe he did, but he couldn't bear to part with it. Dissing in his heart, Zhongshou had a thought and took a step back. If you don't have it, then something that can allow a grade 5 Dark Chill Tiger to rebuild its body and advance to the Metal Element bloodline is fine. Only then did Han Feng relax, nodding his head. I do have that. I have 2 spiritual items on me. One can rebuild the body, the other can raise the bloodline. As he said that, he casually waved his hand. When his sleeves swept across, two items suddenly appeared in front of Zhongshou. One was a jade box that gave off a cold air. The other was a small bottle that was less than the size of an index finger. Muscle-growing dew? Chill, metal tiger, king heart. Zhongshou used his spiritual sense to sweep, and instantly his brows furrowed. These two items were far from what he had expected. The muscle-growing dew within the small bottle was said to be able to regrow the flesh and bones of the dead. Even if one was left with a bit of soul, it could be recovered. This legend was a little exaggerated, but Zhongshou had personally seen it in his last life. It did have a miraculous effect, especially under the celestial path, rebuilding the body. Within the jade box was the heart of a grade 9 chill metal tiger king. Not only was it of the same bloodline as the dark chill tiger, but it was also close to the beast god bloodline. He was already very close to the divine beast bloodline. At the very least, he could barely meet the requirements for the balance of the 5 spirits. Keeping the items, Zhongshou's face instantly warmed up. After getting the benefits, the face of senior brother Han became much more amiable in his eyes. However, following which Zhongshou felt weird. Senior brother, that traitor Yuan Jiuchen has already been killed by Mi Tsang Xingdao. Tailing sect has also suffered heavy losses, and within a few years, it would be tough for them to recover. Why is there still worry in senior brother's eyes? Naturally, it is because of that sword Prince Jueyu. Hanfang hesitated slightly. In the end, he sighed. 3 days ago, our Shihuahua sect was found by Jueyu. In the end, the few third-generation disciples of Shihuahua sect weren't able to take a single sword from him. The few grade 8 experts were all defeated within 10 swords. The 4 grade 9 elders didn't have the confidence to win and didn't dare to join the battle. They could only let him leave. Thinking about how a year and a half later this sword prince would come and challenge me, I feel a headache. Zhongshou was startled and knew about this Shihuahua sect. It was one of the 3 sects and 6 schools of Tsang Xingdao. They occupied a spiritual house and weren't weak, although they were the weakest out of the 9 branches. However, wasn't the outcome a little too tragic? Was this Jueyu really that strong? Even grade 9 experts felt that they had no chance of winning. In his heart, he was a little interested to have a battle with this person. However, thinking about it carefully, he decided against it. At this moment, his cultivation was too low. Even a year and a half later, he could only break through to grade 7 in his spiritual cultivation. As for his martial path, he was far from it. He was well aware of how terrifying the strength of a stage 8 powerhouse who was also an expert in the way of the sword was. If his own strength wasn't enough, it was best if he didn't ask to be humiliated. Unless his martial path cultivation could break through to grade 7, only then would he have the ability to go up against him. As for spiritual cultivation, his current standard was still at the newbie level, so he didn't need to embarrass himself. Hanfang obviously didn't have the intention to let Zhongshou fight Jueyu. He shook his head. Originally, junior brother was the best choice to represent our Tsang Xingdao. However, your current sharpness is too strong. It is best if you retract it. Actually, I don't hope to win him as long as I don't lose face. However, in this generation, although the talents of Xuanya and the other 2 aren't weak, their maturity is a little lacking. They also didn't come from Tsang Xingdao's main sect. Do I really need to send a grade 8 disciple? When Zhongshou heard that, his heart moved. If he didn't need to lose face, he had a way. From the corner of his eyes, he glanced at Chu Shui, who was respectfully sitting at the side, not even daring to breathe loudly. Zhongshou's lips curled up, revealing a smile. A year and a half later, if she was able to gather 5 spiritual beasts, this brat would at least not be weaker than Xian and Luo Shi. However, at this moment, it wasn't the time to talk about this. Zhongshou's expression turned solemn, saying seriously, "Actually, senior brother came at the right time. I have a request. This time, after leaving the Taishan country, I have something to do and need to head to the depths of Guangling Han Ocean. Senior brother, please help me." Han Fong was startled, his eyes revealing a suspicious expression. Who knows what Zhongshou was planning? The depths of Guangling Han Ocean wasn't a good place, especially at this time. Zhongsho led 900 common people, mysterious dragon warriors. He was pretty much unharmed, but he caused heavy losses to Tailing Sect and also took down the head of Yuan Jochin. It could be said that he shocked the world with a single feat, his name shaking the world. Taishang Country Capital, Imperial City, Fenghua Palace Administration Hall. Internal Affairs Junior Supervisor Grawl was respectfully and carefully passing a red document to the front of an emperor-robed old man who was sitting behind a desk. Then he stood at the side and waited quietly. The old man was reading through the memorials and was so engrossed that he forgot himself until the dozens of memorials on the table were all properly dealt with. Only then did he place down the brush in his hand. When he looked at Garuo, a bright glow flashed in his eyes. His gaze swept to the side of the desk. As expected, he saw a red document. Red? That's rare. It concerns military matters. But where did they send troops? Casually picking it up and looking at it for a moment, the emperor-robed old man's brows furrowed. Then he broke out into a laugh. Yuan Jochin died. Tailing Sect's 1800 purple cloud sword cavalry died one after another. Speaking of which, my Quan and Song Shengdao worked together to con Tailing Sect? Garuo bowed. As for the specific situation, Garuo doesn't know. I have already ordered people to investigate. However, to say that the Han King and Song Shengdao work together might be a little too much. In my eyes, at most, it is a tacit understanding. That emperor-robed old man instantly smiled. Do I need you to remind me about this matter? As they say, no one knows a son better than a father. Naturally, I know the personality of my son. Even if you give him a lot of courage, he wouldn't dare to collude with Song Shengdao. If I didn't investigate, Quan Er's land isn't peaceful, and his document of refusing to enter the capital is already on its way, right? Garuo bowed slightly. Although he didn't say anything, his meaning was exactly the same. At this moment, the emperor-robed old man's eyes were filled with surprise. However, my honor has connections with Tailing Sect. That is a little surprising. Without a sound, he is actually a direct disciple of Tailing Sect. Hey, how amazing! Liao Qing's full name was Inhan. As for Garuo, from start to finish, he kept silent. This was an emperor family matter, and it wasn't something he could interfere in. As expected, moments later, the old man behind the desk squinted his eyes, giving off a cold intent. A sect outside of the world dares to interfere in the battle for the throne of our Taishan. Their hands are reaching out too far. This time it is good that they're taught a lesson by Song Shengdao. Order the Ministry of Rights to send people to Tailing Sect to question them. Tailing Sect needs to give an explanation for this matter. Garuo bowed once more and agreed. Then he raised his eyelids and probed. Then how should we deal with this Song Shengdao and Tanxio? The yellow-robed old man frowned and didn't reply, carefully looking at the last portion of the document. Only after a full 7 minutes did he close it. Unparalleled battle formations, the pinnacle of sword intent. Controlling 800 common people, mysterious dragon warriors could cause Inquan and Tailing Sect to be so fearful and afraid. If this person had a huge army under him, what would happen? Chapter 445. Song Shengdao, Tanxio. What kind of person is that? Located between the Central Continent and Donglin Cloud Continent, in a villa hidden deep in the mountains of the Cloud Island. Lei Dong was a loss, giving out a shocked exclamation. At this moment, he was standing in a reading room on a high cliff. Outside the window, clouds were floating about. The room was exquisite and elegant. Sitting at the side was the villa head of Wujue Villa Yanfan. At this moment, his expression was complicated. Within his praise was a little bit of pity. As for Lei Dong, he was holding onto a communication talisman. He was silently using his mind to check the information within the talisman. Tailing Sect suffered heavy losses? Hey, the top Taoist sect actually has such a day. This Tanxio is really amazing, flipping his hand and causing clouds, flipping his hand and causing rain to fall. With just 800 common people, mysterious dragon warriors, they were actually able to achieve such results. As for the hundreds of Tsang Shengdao elite disciples that followed, Lei Dong didn't care about them at all. He was the clearest about the character of such elites. Wujue Villa also had such people, but they were all protected tightly by the elders of the sect, not daring to hurt or touch them. Without training, they were like flowers in a greenhouse. Before they had enough experience, they wouldn't be of much use. Following which Lei Dong had an idea. Comprehending the pinnacle of sword intent, Black Spirit Canyon Path, using a self-created sword technique to defeat Jilingzi, Sword Path 1 with the spirit, unparalleled battle formations. Is this Tan Chiu my brother Zhong show? Other people might not know, but he who personally witnessed the Battle of Rawhai Straits was really clear. Unparalleled General Seed. Apart from that Zhong Yuan, there was one more, Zhong Shou. I don't know, but it is most probably him. Yin Fan slightly nodded his head, his expression filled with emotions. Do you know that such a message talisman is in the hands of the 10 shrines, 19 spiritual houses, all the aristocratic families and sects? Everyone has one? To say that it spread throughout the universe isn't an exaggeration. He was hailed as another martial path miracle since Gantian Monster King, Zhong Shou defeated Long Ruo, and the other two on Dragon Gathering Mountain Peak. There are already people who have listed Tan Xiu and Zhong Shou as one of the 3 pinnacle swords of the Cloud World, along with the one from our Kenzo sect. Lei Dong's expression instantly turned strange. This was great. His younger brother had monopolized 2 of the 3 pinnacle swords. After this battle, within 10 years, no sect will dare to offend Tsang Shengdao. Forcing Tailing sect to make a 30-year agreement, those 3 sects and 6 schools would be able to free up thousands of common people, mysterious dragon warriors, and also have such an unparalleled general talent to lead them. This kind of strength was enough to destroy a sect. Less than a year after entering the sect, he had already made the sect flourish. Was the sect master's decision right or wrong? When you heard about the Black Spirit Canyon battle, did you regret it? Yin Fan sighed endlessly over this matter, while Lei Dong rolled his eyes. He knew that this old man had always felt regretful that he wasn't able to bring Zhong Shou into the Kenzo sect. He was impatient in his heart, waiting for Yin Fan to stop before he interrupted. Stop the nonsense. Uncle, why did you call me back this time? That's impossible. Is it just for news about my brother Zhong Shou? Yin Fan was instantly furious, viciously staring at Lei Dong. However, a moment later, his expression calmed back down. Why else would I call you back? Naturally, it is because of that Jueyu. Lei Dong knew what was going on, laughing coldly. What does that have to do with me? Although I came from Wujue Villa, what I use is a blade and not a sword. If the Kenzo sect doesn't find it embarrassing, I am interested to have a battle with that fellow. Then just give up on the blade and learn the sword. I've let you do whatever you want for 20 years. Today, Dong, you should stop, Yin Fan said calmly. Seeing Lei Dong's expression change, a cunning smile appeared in his eyes. This is what your grandfather wants. Do you dare to not follow? Lei Dong scoffed, saying in disdain, Grandfather? So what if he is? Even if he is here, I won't agree. That stubborn old man can forget about making me give up on the blade and learn the sword. The moment his words landed, Lei Dong's pupils constricted, the blood draining from his face. He was startled as he looked outside. Outside the window, at the place where the cliff was originally 100,000 feet, there was a person standing. He was around 70 years old, his expression dark and sunken, coldly smiling as he looked out of the window, causing him to feel a chill down his spine. Inexplicably, he resonated with his uncle's words. If that fellow Zhong Shou could enter Wujue Villa, why would he be the scapegoat? At the same time, in the central region of Donglin Cloud Continent, a place with clear hills and clear water, Xinyuan Irin was happily looking at the item in her hands. This was a fiery red phoenix egg with fine golden veins. Outside the eggshell, there was a layer of flames burning. It was originally being nurtured in a jade bottle. At this moment, Xinyuan Irin took it out and placed it in her hands. Her jade-white hands were burnt by the flames, but were totally fine. It is actually a red fire golden phoenix egg. Did Brother Show ask you to send it over? The red fire golden phoenix was one of the subspecies closest to the phoenix. Within the cloud world, it was already extinct. Moreover, before it was born, it was the easiest to subdue. In the future, using essence blood to nurture it, one could make the beast think of it as its parent and could often jump 1 or 2 grades. If one had suitable spiritual items, it was even possible to nurture it into a natural protector beast. However, what Xin Yuan Iren was most happy about wasn't the preciousness of the egg, but that Zhong Shou was thinking about her. That's right. The one who replied was Xian Mountain City's Zhu Junho. Gantia Mountain and Pill Fountain sect had grievances, so it wasn't easy for him to come over. Zhong Shou could only invite him over. At this moment, Zhu Junho's expression was unusually solemn. The ruler also instructed for Little Miss to return to Xian Mountain. Once he reaches adulthood, he can marry you. Since Pill Fountain sect has no intentions of understanding, then there is no point in you staying here. The Donglin sects are in a weird situation. If you don't return soon, there will be changes. Changes? Xian Yuan Iren's brows furrowed as she raised her head and looked into the sky. How would she not know about the weird situation within Pill Fountain sect? Things would change if things were delayed. She deeply agreed with those words. Zhu Junho's expression was really serious. Not only did the ruler say that, but even the city lord also said that. Even I think so. We could just ignore this Pill Fountain sect. Xin Yuan Iren didn't agree or disagree, leisurely saying, Uncle Junho, do you know that my master has been in secluded meditation for 3 years, and there is no news from him? Moreover, I have asked to meet him many times, but there is no result. I remember that before he went into secluded meditation, he said that he would cultivate for a few months. However, until now there is no news. Master has treated me so well and loves me so much. If I leave just like that, I won't be at ease. Zhu Junho's brows instantly furrowed. He knew that Xian Yuan Iren's personality was weird, and she valued relationships too much. When he came, he was afraid that this would happen. Today, it was as he expected. Then he sighed, thinking to himself, Zhong Shou, this brat's personality caused the city lord and his wife to have a headache. Now, it is your turn to worry about her. He also dissed Xian Yuan Tong. This city lord was good at everything, but in terms of teaching children, it made him speechless. Just as he was considering and was about to say something to persuade him, Xian Yuan Iren frowned. Xian Yuan Iren's brows rose up, keeping the egg into her sleeves. A moment later, as expected, a few disciples hurried past from the side. Have you heard? That sword Prince Juyu has come. Now he is about to fight with Senior Brother Li. Why is he so quick? Last time this person swept Shuahua sect, less than 10 days ago. I heard that this person was badly injured in that battle. In the past, he would heal up for 20 to 30 days before finding another sect. Why is an exception this time? This person is underestimating our Pill Fountain sect. Damn it. Originally Senior Brother Li Yuandan could barely fight with him. Now that his physical body is destroyed, I heard that he went to Ling Yun's sect to rebuild his body. Today, only Senior Brother Li Yuanluo can fight. He is grade 7 and might be able to fight him. That bunch of Pill Fountain sect disciples hurriedly passed. Not long later, there was no more sound. Xin Yuan Iren's eyes were filled with shock. Jueyu, Sword Prince? Without hesitating, Xin Yuan Iren had already jumped up and apologized to Zhu Junho before flying down the mountain. Like a ball of fire, she flew down. Just as she arrived at the mountain gate, she saw a bright sword light rise up and light up heaven and earth. Along with a familiar scoff, dust and smoke rose up from that direction. Xin Yuan Iren was astonished, quickly increasing her speed, only to see that at the waist of the mountain, the huge mountain gate was nowhere to be seen. Senior Brother Li Yuanluo, who had always treated her well, was now purple as he knelt at the side. The many Pill Fountain sect disciples here were all silent. There was no sound at all. A cold voice rang out not far away. Don't tell me that in this huge pill fountain sect, there isn't anyone who can take a sword from me. The owner of the voice was an elegant, jade-like teen who stood upright. Although he was handsome, the feeling he gave others was ice cold without any temperature, like he wasn't a living person. His gaze was cold as he searched around. Among the pill fountain sect people, those grade 8 and grade 9 elders were filled with disappointment and disdain. It wasn't that there was no one who could fight him, but that these few people weren't willing to fight him. Only after a few breaths did an old man walk out, cupping his fists. My sect disciple Li Yuandan is good at spiritual cultivation and will return soon. If Jian Guang is willing, you can come back to my pill fountain sect after a year. Li Yuandan? That person who lost to the Gantian Mountain Monster King? Such a despicable person. I'm not interested. When the old man stepped out, the hope that appeared in Juyu's eyes disappeared without a trace. He waved his sleeves and turned around, heading down the mountain. At this moment, a bamboo bird suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes, directly passing through space and landing on his shoulder. It chirped softly. Its voice was extremely crisp and nice to hear. Song Shengdao Tanxiu. Chapter 446. Song Shengdao Tanxiu. You said that in Black Spirit Canyon, this person defeated Tailing Sect's Ji Lingzi with 201 swords? The first 200 swords were all defensive, taking the Taiching Chengfeng sword head-on and not losing. Only the last sword was an attack, and he defeated Ji Lingzi? Oh, this person is really interesting. That bamboo bird continued to chirp nonstop. Ju didn't care much. Unparalleled formation? What does that have to do with me? I only hope that this person can break through to grade 7. Juyu, can have one more opponent. Looking into the distance in deep thought, Juyu didn't stay any longer and walked down the mountain. Although there were thousands of Pill Fountain sect disciples here, none of them were willing to stop them. Those 10 over-elders all had green faces from start to finish. They weren't willing to take a single look. Xianyuan Irin frowned. However, at this moment, what she cared about the most wasn't the blow to the reputation of the sect. At this moment, a small half of the 19 spiritual houses had lost face under the Juyu sword, so Pill Fountain sect didn't matter. What she cared about was what Juyu muttered to himself. Song Shengdao Tanxiu. For some reason, she instinctively felt that this name had something to do with Zhong Shou. Who knows, it might be the fake name that her little brother Shou used in Song Shengdao. Her eyes swept around for a moment. Not long later, her eyes lit up. Without making a sound, Xianyuan Irin walked to the side of a teen in a blue shirt who was frowning and deep in thought. Senior brother Yuanding, may I ask who that Tanxiu is? The person she was asking was her senior brother Yuanding, who tried to force her to leave after she left Cloud Saint City. He was ranked 7th out of all the senior and junior brothers. However, he came from a huge family and was far more well-informed than her. He knew all the big and small rumors in the cultivation world like the back of his hand. Who knows what Yuan Ding was thinking about, but when he heard that he was frightened, he turned around and took a look before he heaved a sigh of relief. So it's Junior Sister? Immediately, a smile appeared on his face as he said, Junior Sister is asking about that Song Shengdao Tanxiu? This name shocked all the sects of the Cloud World. Why hasn't Junior Marshall's sister heard about it? You're too ignorant. Xianyuan Irin shook her head, thinking to herself, was this person really so famous? For the past few days, she had been cultivating with her eyes closed, waiting for her master to come out of seclusion. He didn't know anything about the outside world. If it wasn't for Juyu mentioning it, she wouldn't even know this name. However, when Yuanding said that, for some reason, Xianyuan Irin felt ashamed. That's not surprising. This matter is only spread among the higher-ups of the aristocratic families of the Cloud World and hasn't spread out. It's normal that you don't know. Looking at Yuanding, who was still speaking so confidently without any shame, Xianyuan Irin really wanted to punch him in the face. Even if the news hadn't spread, how could he say that she was ignorant? Luckily, in the next moment, Yuanding's expression turned serious. Junior Sister, Have you heard about the Yin City Pass rebellion 20 years ago? Not only did that Song Shengdao lose a core disciple, over the years, they lost no less than 400 men. However, a few days ago, that Song Shengdao's traitor Yuan Jiuchen was beheaded. Tailing sect also suffered heavy losses. For out of 10 of their main Dao soldiers, Purple Cloud, sword cavalry were gone. It was said that the main disciple of Song Shengdao was this Tan Xiao. He first convinced the Han King to abandon Yuan Jiuchen. Then, he led 800 common people, mysterious dragon warriors, to defeat enemies several times their size. He even defeated Ji Lingzi, who was famous for many years in Black Spirit Canyon. I heard all this news from my master. I don't know the details. However, this person is called the rising star of the Cloud World Sword Path, on the same level as your fiancé. Xianyuan Irin's eyes lit up. She could confirm that this Tan Xiao was definitely Zhong Shou. As expected, no matter where her husband was, he couldn't hide his sharpness. Guangling Hanhai, a place located deep in the desert and slightly south. A luxuriously decorated cloud crossing carriage was quietly parked above a small sand dune. Beside the car, there was a bottomless pit. Originally, digging a hole in the desert was an arduous and unrewarding task. However, at this moment, the sand beside the hole had already been petrified. This caused the hole to successfully go deep into the ground. It should be here, 20,000 feet underground. The ground below was extremely firm. There was also an invisible resistance, which caused them to be unable to continue digging. Zhong Shou decisively stopped, using threads of soul power in his eyes to shine around him. Within 1,000 feet, everything could be seen, even the microbes that lived within the sand layer. Beneath his feet, he could see that not only was there a layer of firm walls, but there were also some thin runes that appeared in Zhong Shou's eyes. Looking at the patterns, it was a really complicated and mysterious spiritual formation. There were a full 12 complete dragon veins, which were supplying energy to the formation. Not only could this place roam around the Guangling Hanhai, but it also had a shocking defense. It cut off the space within and turned it into a sealed world. A bright glow flashed in his eyes as Zhong Shou took out the 9-change barrier-breaking talisman that he had used a full 200,000 merit points to exchange for. Along with his soul power being injected in, it caused this golden, celestial talisman to shine brighter and brighter, shining with a golden glow. When Zhong Shou finally fed this celestial talisman, his head was covered in cold sweat. His soul ocean was dried up and close to drying up. However, he didn't dare to delay, chanting out a spell to draw this talisman over. That talisman instantly turned into a ball of golden light and charged into the ground. It caused the nearby spiritual energy to fluctuate and shake. The spiritual formation below also reacted right away, trying its best to prevent that ball of golden light from descending. However, there was a change in the latter. All of a sudden, they scattered and turned into specks of golden light dust that seeped into the stone. Suddenly, it forcefully attacked. Sometimes it seeped in. Sometimes it caused the surrounding spiritual energy fluctuations to affect the shaking of the spiritual formation. A spell seemed to have its own consciousness, causing numerous changes, causing the formation below to be unable to deal with it as it crumbled bit by bit. After Zhong Shou consumed a god-returning pill provided by the sect, he closed his eyes to rest. He waited for an hour before a white glow flashed in his sleeves. Originally, no matter what they did, they wouldn't be able to leave a single mark on the wall. But now it instantly cracked. In an instant, a hole the size of a person appeared in front of their eyes. Along the way down, they didn't face any spiritual formation rejection. When they reached 1,200 feet, it was empty. An extremely wide space appeared in front of their eyes. Roashue looked around, only to see that this place, be it north or south, one couldn't see the end of it. However, looking down from above, one could roughly see that the terrain below was built based on the mountains and rivers of the cloud world. Using Mercury to replace the river, it flowed. In the east, south, west, north, there were four enormous golden copper men standing tall. That mountain is Source Mountain. With just one look, it recognized the southeast corner as its master. It was 1,000 feet tall, fake mountain, similar to the top mountain of the cloud world. Following which, Ruoshui was startled. The landscape here was different from now. The position of Source Mountain was also a little off. Here, its height was only third. The mountains and rivers that were built up were from 10,000 years ago, before the cloud continent was broken. Even Zhong Yuan at the side was stunned, shock flashing in his eyes. Only Chu Shui was still at a loss and didn't understand. "Young master, what is this place? Why is it so dark and sinister?" Looking at the situation here, I know that this is naturally the tomb of the first emperor, Zhong Shou casually explained. However, Chu Shui was still at a loss. Numerous question marks were written on her face. Zhong Shou didn't find it weird. It would be weird if this brat heard about it. He didn't have much hope for this Shui's intellect. He jumped down and stood still on a fake mountain. Looking up, he could see a blue sky, sun, moon, and stars. However, today he had dug out a hole. Ruoshui, Zhong Yuan, Chu Shui, and the other two all follow behind. However, their faces were filled with worry. Zhong Shou also knew what they were worried about. He shook his head and stared at a huge coffin that was hovering in the air about 50 miles away. "Don't worry, this is just a fake tomb, a cenotaph. As long as we don't have any ideas about the corpse of the first emperor and his treasures, we will be fine if we don't touch the restrictions." Apart from the 16 copper men, there were numerous terracotta soldiers and horses that looked like they were made of pottery. Closely packed together, there were close to 100,000 of them. They didn't move at all as they lined up in all directions. They looked like dead objects, but Zhong Shou knew that if he wasn't careful, he would activate the killing formation here. These terracotta soldiers and horses would move once more and turn into killing weapons. Each terracotta soldier, even the most basic one, had combat strength comparable to a grade 6 Xuanwu ancestor. The Qin Empire that this Qin emperor built was not only the ancestor of the Central Dynasty, but also the ancestor of the Central Dynasty. When it was at its peak, it was 100 times stronger than the Wuya country that could easily wipe out Sex. The elite troops under him far exceeded the Blood Cloud cavalry. These terracotta soldiers and horses were said to have chosen the most elite soldiers, as well as strong slaves, to be buried with him. As for the 16 copper men, their strength was comparable to a heaven-grade expert. Although he said those words casually, Zhong Shou was really careful. Activating the spirit seal, he sensed the location of that thing for a moment before heading south. He had come to this sub-tomb dozens of times in the last life, so he was quite familiar with it. However, that was in the game. As a mid to low-grade dungeon, the drop rate of this sub-tomb was not bad, which was why it was loved by players. Zhong Shou had fought for many days and nights in this tomb. What surprised him was that although this place was different from the God Emperor game in the last life, it was mostly the same. What he was looking for wasn't the item that the first emperor was buried with, so naturally, the danger was reduced to a minimum. Chapter 447. Although the cloud continent in the tomb was a miniature version, it was still really vast. Zhong Shou and a few of them walked for 2 hours, but they only went from the center of the cloud continent to the south region of the cloud continent. They were already 60 miles away from where they entered. Zhong Shou and the others felt a slight chill on their bodies. A thin layer of ice appeared on the ground. Zhong Shou's eyes were filled with joy. As expected, moments later, as the four of them went deeper, the ice layer became thicker and thicker. For some reason, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the surroundings had formed a small, empty area in this place. Zhong Shou's body suddenly sped up. A moment later, one could see a pure black pearl floating high up in the air. It was at the center of the ice layer. The space near the black pearl seemed to be collapsing. The surroundings were extremely bright. Only this area was slightly dimmer. Zhong Shou's face was filled with joy once more. It was this item, the legendary extreme, dark, chill, energy pearl. He had never seen this item in the game. However, there were records of it in the legends of some cultivators. It was a spiritual item formed after 13,000 years due to the extreme energy and thick earth energy in the tomb. Similar to the blazing glass pearl, it was a rare earth-grade treasure. One must not look at the chill around the pearl. Its name also had the word cold in it. Actually, it wasn't because of the chill that the pearl gave out. Instead, it was because the surrounding temperature was sucked away by the pearl. Roughly 17 years later, the sub-tomb of the first emperor appeared. Hundreds of celestial realm experts rushed over to fight for the treasures left by the first emperor. Naturally, they noticed the existence of this item. In the end, after a huge battle, the sub-tomb of the first emperor was totally destroyed. The pearl was also nowhere to be seen. Who knew who got it? This spiritual pearl was the most suitable item in his imagination. It could be used as a spiritual item for the yin and yang dharma. The extreme, dark, chill, energy pearl could absorb the spiritual energy within 1,000 feet. It could even absorb light and temperature. The blazing glass pearl was often born in the fire veins and contained shocking fire energy. At every moment, it was burning and giving out light and heat. It was perfectly compatible with his great sun, yin-yang dharma. In the future, it could improve further. It could evolve into a layer of black and white holes. If he couldn't find it here, he could only find other items to replace it. Or in the future, he would have to buy it in other worlds. He would have to waste a lot of time. This item was magical and had the ability to absorb essence, energy, and true essence. Zhongshu didn't dare to touch it. He took out a jade bottle and hung it in front of him. Then, he formed a seal and waved it. It caused this ownerless spiritual item to fly over and land into the bottle. The extreme dark frost origin bead was a spiritual item that had spontaneously formed within the tomb. There were no terracotta soldiers and horses guarding, and there were no restrictions buffs. The process was simple, and there were no accidents. With this item in his hand, he had completed his trip. Zhongshu's expression relaxed. On the way back, he leisurely looked around. However, in the end, he was really tempted. He was so tempted that he was about to drool. However, there was nothing he could do about it. The treasures left by the first emperor were all scattered in this miniature cloud continent, and were indeed really precious. On the way back, Zhongshu personally saw 4 stone mountains made of grade 9 mind stones. There were also 4 that were made of grade 9 beast crystals. There are no less than billions of them. These were just the cheapest portion out of all the treasures. Pretty much each one was a spiritual item that Celestial Path experts couldn't get. Compared to these treasures, Zhongshu's wealth couldn't even be compared to scum. Only if he could get those 4 Mind Stone mountains. He wouldn't need to worry about the expenses of Gantian Mountain these few hundred years. No wonder 17 years later, just the number of Celestial Realm cultivators who died outside of the tomb reached 30. Just as he was dazzled, Zhongshu suddenly heard Chu Shui exclaim, "Young master, what is that?" A few of them all looked over toward Chu Shui. Then, their expressions became really interesting. In the middle of a silver lake, there was a golden lotus floating on the surface of the lake. Within the lake, there was actually no water, it was all silver-colored liquid. Who knows how, but gave birth to a golden lotus. Zhongshu's expression changed. In the end, he took in a deep breath. This is the Ganli purple gold lotus. His first thought was, why would there be such a thing in the tomb of the first emperor? Legend had it that it needed to be in a place where metal energy gathered and also had to be filled with thick, killing energy to be able to give birth to it. In this tomb, the latter condition wasn't bad. Only the first one didn't have much gung metal energy. Among the many spiritual items in the founding emperor's subtomb, this item wasn't considered too precious. Coincidentally, it was something that the few of them could use. The lotus leaves of the Ganli purple gold lotus could be used to craft spiritual and magical weapons. The most important thing was the lotus seed. It was recognized by the cultivation world as the best spiritual item to train the body and bones. Similar to that, it had the ability to reshape the body. In terms of effect, it was above the muscle growth jade that Hanfang gave him. That was because the spiritual formation restrictions within were constantly changing. The path that Zhongsho chose to return was much further away from the one he came from. He didn't expect that he would bump into such a thing. Looking around, Zhongsho knew that this item was the same as the extreme dark chill energy pearl naturally formed in the tomb. However, different from the latter, this Ganli purple gold lotus was coincidentally on the core of a spiritual formation. Observing closely for a moment, Zhongsho could only laugh bitterly. He had pretty much given up hope of obtaining this item. Although there weren't any terracotta soldiers guarding this place, it was impossible to take the Ganli purple golden lotus without triggering the restriction. Shaking his head, Zhongsho was about to leave. However, in the next instance, he saw a black shadow dashing over from the distance. It was extremely quick, and in just a moment it had rushed over. However, it didn't dare to get close to Zhongsho and the others, only guarding near the Ganli purple gold lotus. It looked over warily. Its bloody mouth opened slightly as it gave out a threatening roar. It didn't have a physical form. Its body was illusionary as it floated above the mercury. This is a black Qilin beast. Zhongsho stopped in his tracks and looked over in shock. He saw that the black shadow was like a leopard but not a leopard, like a tiger but not a tiger, its body giving off a black mist. Pretty much all the dirt it came into contact with showed signs of turning into sand. Zhongsho took a closer look. The area around the lake had indeed turned into sand and dust. In legends, there were many types of Qilins, most of them representing good omens. Often when they appeared, they would cause the earth to have a bountiful harvest. This was because Qilins were born to make the earth fertile and nourish the earth. Only a black Qilin was different. Everywhere it passed, the earth would lose all its energy and turn into sand and stone. To earth element spiritual energy, it was totally stealing. This was why the human race during the cloud, desolate era saw it as a fierce beast, a bad omen. Each time it appeared, a huge calamity would descend. This black Qilin beast obviously obtained the bloodline of the black Qilin. For some unknown reason, it lost its body and turned into a class 7 soul beast. Who knows how it came in? It was guarding this place to borrow the power of the purple gold lotus to reform its body. Unfortunately, although the purple lotus had matured, it seemed to have borne many seeds. However, this black Qilin had some intelligence. It knew how strong it was and didn't dare to touch the spiritual formation restrictions here. Zhongsho's eyes were filled with uncertainty. If it was just one purple gold lotus, then it was okay. Although the lotus seed was precious, he cared more about his life. However, he had to pay attention to this black Qilin beast. If he missed this chance, who knows when he would be able to meet a beast with the bloodline of the black Qilin god beast. Unfortunately, although Zhongsho had the confidence to win, this beast had nothing to do with the sub-tomb of the first emperor. However, he didn't dare to attack here. The dangers of the sub-tomb was something that he, who came from the future, was really clear about. The slightest movement would activate the restriction, and the 4 of them would definitely die without a burial ground. His eyes changed for a moment. Zhongsho didn't hesitate to turn around and leave. In just a few minutes, he returned to the entrance of the cave. When the 4 of them all rose into the air and left from the dome, Zhongyuan and Ruoxue, they were shocked to find that the hole they dug had shrunk by size. Even the spiritual formation that was broken was slowly recovering. Zhongsho didn't bother at all. After flying out of the 20,000 feet deep hole, just like that, ocean amounts of mind stones were scattered all about. It didn't seem to have any pattern, but an hour later, a spiritual formation that didn't care about cost appeared on the sand dune. He waved his sleeves and ordered Hanshi to fly out from his sleeves. However, when Zhongsho tied a small heaven and earth bag to its body and sent a spiritual sense over, it didn't move at all, only to see the ant queen forcefully resist the soul pressure and spiritual contract, forcefully stopping its body on the spot. Zhongsho was slightly startled and then smiled. if you can get that thing over. The 12 leaves of the dry golden-purple lotus are yours, along with 3 more lotus seeds. Only then did Hanchi's eyes light up. It turned into a white light and charged into the hole. A short moment later, just as Zhongsho was working hard to perfect this spiritual formation, the entire desert suddenly shook like the sky was flipping and the earth was flipping. Then, Hanchi turned into a white light and charged out of the hole. Behind it was a black shadow who was in a bad state, its body broken and broken. Behind the two of them were dozens of green and blue short dagger axes. In just a moment, these dagger axes clashed with the spiritual formation that Zhongsho had laid out. Instantly, the mountains shook and the earth shook, sand and dust flew up. When all of the flying sand had landed, Lin Fan's eyes lit up. The green and blue short dagger axes were nowhere to be seen. Hanchi had long flown to a safe spot. As for the black Qilin soul beast, its body was broken and broken, unable to even maintain its form. Zhongsho just used a few spiritual spells to trap it, slowly keeping it into a grade 7 pure soul stone. His eyes were filled with a smile. Out of the 5 spirits, the rarest Qilin bloodline was already in his hands. As for this black Qilin soul beast, it could be strengthened even further. Now all that was left was the green dragon spirit. Chapter 448. Song Qingdao Palace. It was still the first courtyard of the A class of the Learning Palace. Chu Shui was hugging the stone Qilin in her arms, looking worriedly at the spiritual formation drawn in the courtyard. Not only was it like that on the ground, but the stone Qilin baby in her hands was also covered in runes. It innocently opened its eyes, looking at this weird male living being as well as its master playing with it. From the center of Guanglinghan Ocean to Tsang Qingdao Palace, they used roughly 10 days. The moment they returned, Zhongsho started to prepare to merge the remnant soul of the black Qilin beast into the soul of the stone Qilin baby. However, Chu Shui felt that it wasn't reliable. Looking suspiciously at Zhongsho, "Young master," I asked Sister Yanran and Sister Yanlan. They all said that in this world, there definitely isn't a protector beast soul merging and also raising bloodline grade. Even if others take over, they would wipe out the soul of the original body. "Young master, you can't lie to Shui." Zhongsho couldn't help but roll his eyes. If the soul couldn't merge, then what was going on with him? In his heart, he was a little nervous. This technique was created by people in the future. It wasn't a complete soul merging, but the battle memories of the black Qilin beast, as well as a portion of its abilities, were injected into the consciousness of the stone Qilin baby. Using its soul power as a guide, it would activate the Qilin bloodline legacy of the stone Qilin baby to raise its grade. However, this was the first time Zhongsho used it. In a last life, he had just roughly memorized this secret technique. As for whether or not he missed anything, he didn't know. His face didn't reveal anything. Calm and confident, as he said in disdain, "Don't worry. When have you seen your prince do something he isn't confident in?" Yanran and Yanlan? Their spiritual cultivation is indeed not bad. However, they're just frogs at the bottom of the well, not knowing the vastness of heaven and earth and the wonders of the world. A small return to Sun Realm Spirit Master dares to say that there isn't a soul merging technique in this world. Shameless boasting, they don't know what they're talking about. How would the two of them know the profoundness of this technique? This was created by your ruler. It can be said to be the creation of heaven and earth. He actually didn't feel ashamed at all, taking the credit of the later generations and bragging about himself. At this moment, Zhao Yanran and Xin Yunlan were observing from the side. Hearing those words, the latter was still fine, but he was even more curious. Could Zhongsho really do it? The former felt as if his lungs were about to explode from anger. She thought to herself, "They are all at the Return to Sun stage. Aren't you the same?" He had never heard of a rank 6 soul master being able to create a brand new secret technique. It was most likely just a bluff. Chu Shui, on the other hand, was starting to believe him. His eyes were half convinced and half doubtful, but his eyes were filled with reverence after being duped. He thought to himself, young master is such a powerful person. He shouldn't be lying, right? Zhao Yanran and Xian Yunlan are indeed very powerful. However, her Junshang was a person who was 100 times more powerful. He shouldn't be lying to her. He hesitated for a moment. In the end, Chu Shui placed the stone Qilin baby in her arms in the center of the spiritual formation, carefully consoling it such that the uneasiness of the baby beast dissipated. Then, she said hesitantly towards Zhong Shou, young master, you can't harm a stone. If not, Chu Shui will. She said a few words, unable to finish her sentence. She wanted to say that she wouldn't bother about the young master in the future, which didn't seem to fit her role as a maidservant. She wanted to be endless with Zhong Shou, but she didn't know how to be endless. In the end, Chu Shui gritted her teeth. Shui will bite you. The people around all burst out laughing. Zhong Yuan couldn't help but laugh, the corner of his lips twitching. Zhong Shou was startled, feeling the killing intent in Shui's words. He thought to himself, this brat actually cares so much about these few spiritual beasts. He couldn't help but feel guilty, thinking to himself, should I perfect it a little more? However, at this moment, he couldn't back down. He could only learn from the Grandmaster and wave his hand. Nonsense. It will only be good for it. How would it harm it? He grabbed 10 grade 6 soul crystals in his hand and crushed them all. When Zhong Shou chanted, the temporary formation below instantly gave out a light green glow, soul power spreading out. The stone Qilin baby in the center of the formation was also tightly bound by an invisible power. Zhong Shou's heart jumped. Why was it green? Based on the description in the book, when this formation was activated, it should gather red, blue, and black spiritual light. Looking around and seeing that there was nothing wrong, Zhong Shou didn't care anymore, taking out the soul crystal that the black Qilin beast turned into. Like it knew its fate, this spirit beast was crazily struggling. However, it was forcefully suppressed by Zhong Shou such that it couldn't move. Moments later, when Zhong Shou sent out tens of complicated hand seals, the soul crystal suddenly exploded. A ball of mist turned into hundreds and thousands of balls spread out within the formation. This item also had threads of pure spiritual energy, which was injected into the stone Qilin baby's brow. Zhong Shou looked around once more, his spiritual sense sweeping out to identify the black mist that was separated from him. These were all the memories of the black Qilin beast. What Zhong Shou needed to do was to identify them one by one. Then he would guide the useful ones into the mind of the stone Qilin baby. At this moment, the few people who were watching nearby were all shocked. Apart from Zhong Yuan, the other 3 all had high attainments in spiritual cultivation. At this moment, their eyes were filled with shock. Before this, they didn't believe it, but now that Zhong Shou was doing it step by step, they all understood the rough theory behind this soul merger secret technique. Their hearts jumped. If it succeeded, didn't it mean that the growth of this protector beast wouldn't be any weaker than those spirit beasts that could rely on consuming soul crystals to advance? Chu Shui clenched her fists tightly, looking nervously at the center of the formation, only to see that the stone Qilin baby had its eyes tightly closed, its expression pained. Occasionally, it would give out a painful cry. If she wasn't worried about disturbing the spiritual formation, it would have the opposite effect. There were several times when she couldn't take it anymore and wanted to charge in to carry this stone out. A moment later, a torrential spiritual pressure suddenly rose up and pressed down on the entire courtyard. The stone Qilin baby in the center of the formation suddenly stood up, its body giving off a yellow glow. Its claws and teeth started to change, stretching out and looking extremely sharp. From time to time, scales could be seen protruding out of its skin. Under its 4 hooves, yellow flames rose up, its expression looking extremely majestic. Grade 7, Yanran and Yunlan were both shocked, exchanging glances with one another. Not only was it grade 7, but what accompanied that suppression was the aura of a god beast. This stone Qilin baby had awakened the ancient Qilin bloodline, Its body was swiftly changing. Samuraim's eyes were filled with joy. Out of the 5 spirits, the Qilin was in the center. Within the 5 elements, the earth element was often seen as the source of the other metal, wood, water, and fire elements. The earth supported all living things. The most important part of the 5-spirit god beast secret technique was the Qilin in the center. Power depended on whether or not this stone Qilin could take up a portion of the soul power of the other 4 beasts, as well as provide enough spiritual energy. This was why Zhongsho was so surprised to be able to see that black Qilin beast in the tomb. Even if he had to take the risk, he had to capture it. A moment later, the floating black mist was reduced by tens of portions. Zhongsho didn't look anymore, chanting a spell to scatter it. However, just as he stopped the spiritual formation beneath his feet to disperse the spiritual energy and soul power gathered here, he was startled. He saw that the aura of the stone Qilin baby was swiftly shrinking. It wasn't as majestic as before. Its scales, claws, and teeth were all returning to their original shape. Why did its gray drop once more? In a short moment, the stone Qilin baby returned to grade 7. The god bee specialties were also disappearing. Zhongsho didn't know what was going on. Why did it drop back when it was fine? Could it be that something had really gone wrong? The only thing that caused him to feel fortunate was that he was still able to sense that this infant stone Qilin beast at this moment was slightly different when compared to before, and it had an additional aura of danger. Apart from that, Zhongsho also felt that there was something wrong with this little fellow. Its wet eyes were still so innocent and pitiful. Its muscles seemed to have become tighter, making it look more muscular and strong. Zhongsho suddenly came to his senses. This stone Qilin baby was originally gray and bee skin, but now it had turned pure black and swarthy. Glancing to his side, as expected, he saw Chu Shui staring over angrily. Zhongsho instantly laughed out loud, raising his head and looking at the sky. It's not early anymore, it's time to start cultivating. Just as he was about to walk swiftly back to his room, he instantly felt a fragrant wind pounce over. Zhongsho knew that it wasn't good and hurriedly dodged. However, his body changed several times, but he was still unable to dodge. Then his right hand was grabbed, and he felt a sharp pain. Looking closely, it was Shui who had viciously bitten his hand. "Shui, you aren't a cat. You really bit me." The moment he said that, he remembered that Chu Shui did indeed have the bloodline of an ocelot. However, Zhongsho's eyes were filled with deep shock. In terms of movement techniques, although they weren't as good as the sword path, after changing to the dual meridian body, they had become weirder and more nimble, which normal people couldn't compare to. The ice and fire true chi in his body clashed with one another, and usually he didn't need to borrow strength. Along with himself, he had tens of thousands of intense battles in the game, so he had a lot of experience. Even if one's movement technique was several times better than his, it would still be tough to catch him. However, just now Chu Shui not only did she do it, she even used her martial ancestor strength to totally suppress him, a Xuanwu ancestor. The joy in Zhongsho's eyes couldn't help but grow thicker. Chu Shui's intuition had advanced. This was an unexpected surprise. It also meant that Chu Shui's combat martial body had improved, following which Zhongsho was woken up by an intense pain. Chu Shui seemed to hate him to the bone, biting down and not letting go. Zhongsho tried to shake her off several times, but was unable to. Just as he was about to open his mouth and threaten, "Chu Shui, if you don't let go, I'm going to touch your chest." Suddenly, a bell rang out, deafening the ears. Following which, it couldn't be stopped, 6 consecutive rings shaking the entire Tsang Shengdao Palace. To be continued. Chapter 449. Although the sound of the bell stopped, it still reverberated around the palace. Zhongsho's expression was slightly solemn as he looked towards Zhao Yanran and Xin Yanlan, only to see that the two of them had serious expressions on their faces. Even Chu Shui released Zhongsho's hand and looked towards the direction of the bell. Zhongsho thought about it for a moment before his brows furrowed. He directly drove his sword and flew towards the east gate of the palace. The rest of the people followed closely behind. The tens of miles of distance was covered in just a few breaths. At this moment, the tens of thousands of disciples in the palace all rushed over from all directions. They all seemed to know something as they silently lined up on both sides of the palace gate. The current Zhongsho, be it in the common people's vast habitat or the 3 sects and 6 schools, was already famous. He was the true top disciple of the palace and was also one of the rare third-generation core disciples. Everyone who recognized him all stopped and bowed towards him when they passed by. After reaching the palace gate, no one dared to get close. They all stood far away, leaving an empty space for Zhongsho. This made it easy for Zhong Yuan and Zhao Yanran, as they didn't need to squeeze together with the other disciples. After waiting for a short while, he heard another bell ring and the door to the Dao Palace suddenly opened. He saw over 100 people standing outside with blank expressions on their faces. They were all around 30 to 40 years old. Their faces were either tired or expressionless. Only a few of them didn't speak, but their eyes were filled with sharpness. The person at the front was really outstanding. Although he was wearing a simple robe and his face was thin, his calm and magnanimous aura made Zhongsho think about Wei Su right away. Just at this moment, he heard a bell-like male voice ring out at the entrance of the palace. "I congratulate all of you on returning to Tsang Shengdao Palace." Zhongsho glanced over, only to see that the person who spoke was a 30-year-old middle-aged man. He wore a Confucian robe, looking young but had a head full of white hair. His current expression was filled with indescribable emotions. He recognized this person. It was Fang Wen, the current palace head of the Common People's Palace. If one were to talk about Tanchio's identity, this person could be considered his senior brother. At this moment, the tens of thousands of disciples all had solemn expressions as they bowed towards the entrance. "We welcome all of you back to our Tsang Shengdao." Those hundreds of middle-aged disciples were startled. Even those who were completely numb and lifeless raised their heads. Their eyes shone brightly. Only the person at the front didn't notice, his body trembling as he walked through the door. When he passed by Fang Wen, the latter couldn't help but frown. "Junior brother." That middle-aged man didn't bother at all. After walking through the door, he silently raised his head and looked into the sky. His eyes were looking in the direction of the ancestral hall. At this moment, the atmosphere near the palace was filled with shock and excitement. Although everyone was silent, it was obvious that they were suppressing their emotions. He was like a dormant volcano, pressing the lava into his chest and abdomen. Zhongsho didn't feel anything, carefully looking at that middle-aged man who had a special aura, similar to Wei Su. He thought to himself that this person was definitely that Xueshi. Even Han Fong paid a lot of attention to him. In the next instant, Xueshi suddenly burst into tears and knelt down in front of the ancestral hall. He actually kowtowed meticulously. The hundreds of disciples behind him couldn't help but tear up, following behind Xueshi and kowtowing 3 times and 9 times. Among the crowd, there were several hundred-plus people that also knelt down. However, they were bowing deeply to the 100-plus people on the path. Zhongsho found it weird. Following which he heard Zhao Yinran explain, these people participated in the Yin City Pass battle before, but they were lucky enough to escape. It was said that these people who were captured didn't care about their lives and went all out to cover the back. After hearing that they were going to return to the sect, they all rushed back. Hearing those few words, Zhongsho was totally speechless. Zhong Yuan at the side was slightly distracted as he looked at the tomb, muttering, "Now, I finally know why the Tsang Shengdao 3 sects and 6 schools can go up against both the righteous and demon paths and not be defeated for 10,000 years. Although Ruoshui didn't speak, her expression was really solemn. After Xueshi completed this huge bow, he stood up. His gaze swept the crowd. Only when it swept past Zhongsho did he stop, lightly nodding his head as a bow. His eyes were filled with gratitude, but he didn't come over to speak. Zhongsho smiled, knowing what he meant. This meant that he didn't need words to thank him for his kindness. The friendship between gentlemen was as light as water. There was no need to show it on one's face. Shueshi then shifted his gaze and looked into the sky once more. His eyes were filled with joy and excitement, but also guilt as he bowed once more. Zhongsho followed his gaze and looked over, only to see that two more people had appeared in the sky. One of them was Han Feng. The other was a black-robed Taoist. His old face was filled with sadness and joy. Zhongsho's brows furrowed, thinking to himself that this person was Shueshi's master. To be able to stand side by side with Han Feng, he was probably someone from the second generation of Tsang Xingdao. At this moment, Zhongsho didn't know that just as he was sizing up the two people above, Han Feng and the black-robed Taoist were also discussing him. This person is the disciple that Wei Su accepted on behalf of Senior Master Xinchuan. You're my youngest junior brother right now. I have seen his sword technique images, grade 6 realm, to actually be able to create his own sword technique. Let's not talk about talent, but his comprehension ability is top within our sect. This time I should be grateful to him. That's right. Han Feng smiled as he looked below at the teen who was squinting his eyes, following which he nodded his head in agreement. I know that senior brother Wei Tian has always seen Shueshi as your own son. This time, for Shueshi to be able to break free, you should be grateful to him. The black-robed Taoist coldly glanced at Han Feng, knowing that this person was still blaming him for leaving the sect and not returning for 20 years. Although Han Feng had a calm temperament among his fellow disciples, he was also the one with the least tolerance. Just as he was about to mock him, it turned into a sigh. It isn't that I hate the sect, but every time I come to Tsang Xingdao Palace, I can't help but think about him. I can't let go of this knot in my heart. Junior brother Zhongsho's kindness is something I will naturally repay. The way junior brother Wei Su does things is so unreliable. Only this time to accept this kid into the sect was really wise. Han Feng felt a little ashamed, laughing out loud. Why are you saying all this for? However, today this junior nephew Shueshi really surprised me. 20 years of imprisonment and torture didn't cause him to sink. Looking at his soul, it is perfect and filled with spiritual light. His current heart and potential is actually several times better than Fengwen's. These 20 years of setbacks are probably a good thing for him instead. Wei Tian smiled and didn't agree or disagree. In the next instance, the entrance of the palace was dead silent, only to see that Shueshi had casually borrowed a long sword from the waist of a nearby Tsang Xingdao disciple, following which he didn't hesitate to slice open his own wrist. Today, Shueshi wants to imitate the Buddhist sect venerables and make 3 oaths. First, I'm willing to use my entire life. Let my Tsang Xingdao prosper forever and fulfill the wishes of the ancestor. Second, I want everyone who participated in the Yin City Pass incident to pay with their blood. As he said that, the 10,000 disciples nearby all exchanged glances with one another, their eyes filled with shock. Shueshi's voice also paused, and he took in a deep breath. Third, Shueshi wants to personally crush that tailing shrine within 3,000 years. Let that tailing sect be wiped out. When he said that, the entire Tsang Xingdao Palace was covered in wind and lightning, dark clouds spreading. Waves of black aura surged from all directions and charged toward Shueshi. Around Shueshi's body, a golden glow appeared and repelled the black energy. It caused it to bare its fangs and claws to be unable to get close at all. His expression was even more solemn and filled with determination. Fellow sect members, please be my witness. If I go against this oath, in the future my soul will be burned up and I will die. When he finished speaking, an aura suddenly burst out from Shueshi's body. It rose all the way up and charged into the sky. In the end, it spread all about, vast soul power crushing all around. Pretty much everyone below grade 6 couldn't take it and knelt on the ground. There were less than 1,500 people who could stand. Their faces were covered in cold sweat and filled with shock. This is grade 9? Zhongsho's heart was also filled with shock. Before this, when Shueshi stepped into the Common People Palace, he was obviously only grade 7. However, in that instance, he had climbed 2 grades. This phenomenon should be the sign of the oath sealing heaven and earth. Zhao Yanran was startled as she looked on, not knowing what to do. Zhong Yuan was also speechless. This situation was the same as when Zhong Shou made a blood oath to be his servant. However, this aura was tens of times greater. Xian Yunlan's brows furrowed as she looked at the black energy. This is formed by the formless god demon, the evil thoughts of the people in the world. Although this great senior master, Xueshi, copied the Buddhist techniques, he didn't use the essence of it. Although he is borrowing the power of the heart demon to raise his cultivation potential. However, if he can't do it within 3,000 years, he will definitely die. He would definitely perish, his entire body burning with flames, becoming the nourishment of these devils. Zhong Shou was still startled, not knowing what to say. However, he could hear the decisiveness and bone-deep hatred in Xueshi's words. With such a huge heaven and earth anomaly, he had probably saved an incredible person this time. In his heart, he couldn't help but pray for the Han King. His Highness had better pray for himself. Out of the people who participated in the Yin City Pass incident, this Han King was an extremely important person. The hundreds of returning disciples behind Xueshi were also startled. However, when they came back to their senses, they all sliced open their wrists. I am willing to follow the oath. I want to rise up Song Xingdao. I want to take revenge for my senior brothers. I want to wipe out that tailing sect. Thunder rumbled in the air. Feng Tian sighed, idiot, idiot. Chapter 450. Amidst the rumbling of thunder, Zhong Shou hurriedly returned to his first courtyard A. His expression was still a little weird. When the 134 people swore their oaths, he was shocked. A total of 9 people broke through to grade 7 on the spot. The other 100 people all had some breakthroughs and stepped into the threshold of grade 7. Originally, most of them were people whose hearts were dead, but at that moment, they were filled with fighting spirit. When the aura of the 100 people gathered together, the vital energy glow was so vast that even the formless god demon retreated far away, shocking one's heart. Ruler, that senior brother Shui is indeed a great person. The one who spoke was Zhong Yuan. At this moment, his eyes were filled with shock and respect. Zhong Shou also acknowledged, not knowing whether to agree or disagree. Originally, when he saw those captured disciples released by Tailing Sect, his first thought was that most of these people had already been completely crippled. 20 years of imprisonment and torture had already bent their spines. Even if their cultivation was still there, they wouldn't be able to rise up. However, today, with just a few words and actions, she caused these people to have something to rely on, something to support them. They regained their energy and weren't as dispirited as before. Xueshi's 3 oaths weren't just for his own deep hatred. No wonder Han Feng would pay so much attention to him. Within this Song Xingdao, there were many talents. Who knows, in the future, this tailing sect might really be destroyed in his hands. He was also looking forward to it. Xueshi's return was because of him. Based on the butterfly effect of the future, the wind that the butterfly blew out was getting bigger and bigger. Not only did Gantian Mountain not fall into chaos, but it rose up instead. Song Xingdao also didn't fail at Yin City Pass, dealing with Yuan Jiuchen a few years in advance. Today, there was one more Shui, she who swore to wipe out Tailing Sect. Who knows what the future would be like? Zhong Shou himself didn't feel nervous and didn't feel guilty at all. If the future history was chaotic, then so be it. What was there to worry about? A completely different era of Shenhuang was exactly what he wanted. He was afraid that the world of cultivation would not be in chaos. Squinting his eyes, he looked at the fake blue sky above, only to see that the lightning was slowly dissipating and the gathering dark clouds were nowhere to be seen. Zhong Shou suddenly broke into laughter. He had come to this era and lived in this world as Zhong Shou. He was destined to struggle and fight against his own fate. Along the way, at least he didn't end up like in his last life, where he was beheaded in public with no one to collect his corpse. However, he seemed to be carrying more and more things. Irin, Chu Shui, Ruo Shui, Zhong Yuan. He couldn't ignore these people. He couldn't let go of Gantian Mountain City. After joining Tsang Xingdao, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing about the rise and fall of the sect. His body felt heavier and heavier, as if a cocoon was about to wrap him up tightly. For a swordsman, it was hard to say whether this was a blessing or a curse. He was slowly losing focus, and his thoughts were in a mess. Zhongsho suddenly heard a soft scoff by his ear. "You are so young. Why are you thinking about all this nonsense? Cultivators like us, unless we break through to the end realm, can we truly control our own fate? A person like you is actually just an ant in front of the Grand Tao. You don't need to purposely let go of anything and don't need to purposely carry those things that you shouldn't. Just do your best and follow your heart. Wherever you go, that's where you are." Zhongsho came back to his senses and looked towards the sky in shock. He saw that the old man who was standing shoulder to shoulder with Han Feng was standing proudly in the air, looking down with cold disdain. However, his tone was filled with mocking intent. However, his gaze was extremely cold. "You are awake? It is good that you are awake. You're just a small fish struggling to jump out of the river. You don't know how small you are in the eyes of the people on the shore, how amusing you are. Do you know about the Xinjing? When you are born, you're just 3 fingers long, diving deep into the river, obediently growing strong and going with the flow. However, 1,000 years later, you could be 1,000 feet long, able to cause waves and swallow mountains and rivers. You can also roam the void and be invincible. For someone like you, without sufficient strength, even if you can jump out of the river, you will still be picked up and eaten by others." Zhong Shaoxin's heart jumped. This old man seemed to be even stronger than Han Feng, able to read his thoughts. He quickly retracted his spiritual sense, causing his mind and soul to sink back down. In the next instant, the old man casually tossed a crystal to Zhang Xian. "Take this item. I, Wei Tiansu, don't like to owe people favors. I thank you for Shi Er's matter." After throwing it down, the old man was about to leave. Before he left, he stopped and smiled. "You are an interesting kid. If you really want to jump out, then learn the path of the Xianjing and stabilize your foundations first." Zhongsho's lips curled up as he bowed respectfully. "Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance." However, junior brother also heard that the Xianjing in the ocean swallows millions of food each day. When Wei Tian heard that, he laughed out loud. "Cultivators like us should be like that, fighting for spiritual medicine, fighting for treasures, fighting for luck, fighting for the path. The big fish swallowing the small fish, it is the same. That is all I have to say today. Junior brother, take care of yourself." When Wei Tian said that, he was long gone. Zhongsho was grateful. Wei Tian's words solved the knot in his heart and removed the stone in his chest. In the next instance, from the corner of his eyes, he saw Chu Shui hugging the black stone-Qilin baby, staring at him with a wronged expression. Zhong Shaoxin's heart jumped, his body flashing. "I am going into secluded meditation today. Don't disturb me if you have nothing to do." Without waiting for Chu Shui to react, he rushed into the room like a gust of wind and slammed the door shut with a pong sound. Just as he sat down, Zhongsho saw that outside the window, Chu Shui was already standing there, pouting her mouth, her watery eyes opened wide as she stared inside. Zhongsho felt more and more guilty, acting like he didn't see anything as he took out the crystal that Wei Tian had thrown to him. It was the size of a thumb. Threads of blue spiritual light spread all about. "It is a legacy crystal." Zhongsho was shocked, trying to place the blue crystal at the center of his forehead. After a long while, Zhongsho moved the stone away, his eyes filled with shock. Inside was all of Wei Tian's experience and comprehension of the spiritual cultivation path. It was a complete set of Spirit Master legacy. After joining Tsang Xingdao, he didn't lack Spirit Master books and books. If he didn't understand anything, he could find someone to help him. However, it was far from being like this legacy crystal, where all the talismans were drawn, the key points of spiritual cultivation battles, and comprehension of the path of heaven and earth were all present. It also had all of the process of Wei Tian forming his dharma when he was at the God realm. This item is like charcoal in the snow. I have really earned it. Exclaiming, Zhongsho kept it. Following which, he took out a jade pendant, the one he had gotten from the Han King. Her Highness didn't have much knowledge, but Zhongsho had seen this item in the vast books in the library. Smashing it with a palm, as expected at the core of the jade pendant, a few drops of jade liquid flew out. Zhongsho used true qi to retract it, following which joy flashed in his eyes. As expected, it was this item, jade core spiritual milk. In the next instance, 3 more golden pills appeared in Zhongsho's hand. It was one of the 24 seeds of the Ganli purple gold lotus. Unfortunately, Irin wasn't here. If this pill, refining genius, was here to refine these 2 spiritual items into pills, the effects would be multiplied. Speaking of which, he didn't know whether the jade core spiritual milk and Ganli purple gold lotus were compatible or not. However, Zhongsho didn't hesitate to consume them. At this moment, he was valiantly improving, going all out to break through and try to form his dharma. He didn't have so much time to waste and wait. The moment the 2 spiritual items entered, Zhongsho felt a sharp pain in his stomach which spread to his entire body. The metal spiritual energy that the Ganli purple gold lotus dissolved directly seeped into his muscles and bones. On one hand, it mercilessly destroyed all his flesh and blood, all his bones and tendons. On the other hand, it urged his body to recover. The time that the jade core spiritual milk took to dissolve was a little slower. However, when it spread out, it suppressed the pain and continued to strengthen the body that had been destroyed hundreds of times by the metal spiritual energy. Although the effects weren't obvious, it was more gentle and all-rounded, strengthening little by little. Zhongsho said as expected. His expression relaxed as he went all out to guide the medicinal power to his limbs and bones. This time, it could be said to be the most effortless one among all his experiences in consuming spirit items. The sun set and the moon set. Zhongsho didn't open his eyes until he felt that there were no more changes in his body. Looking at the color of the sky outside, he knew that it was the morning of the 7th day. He looked at his hands, only to see that apart from the original jade white, there was an additional thread of gold on the surface of his skin. The 3 Ganli purple gold lotus seeds left a few strands of extremely pure Gung Jin spirit energy in his body and bones. As for the jade core spiritual milk, not only did it strengthen his body, it also healed all the hidden injuries. Even his broken soul was healed by a large amount. Zhongsho smiled, knowing that his current physical body wasn't much different from a grade 7 spiritual weapon. His physical body had already stabilized. His soul was also recovering. What was next was to charge for the Earth grade 9th layer of the world-shocking spiritual art and prepare to form the Dharma. Just as Zhongsho was about to take out the blazing glass pearl and extreme dark chill energy pearl, the dragon-shaped totem on his arm suddenly felt a burst of heat. Zhongsho was instantly delighted, his body flashing like a swift shadow. In just 100 breaths, he was outside of Tsang Shengdao Palace. He rode on the lightning-winged flood serpent and flew for 6 hours before rushing to the world abyss. Just as he arrived, he saw a green-shirt teen waiting with his hands behind his back. Zhongsho's brows furrowed, slightly confused. "You are Aokun?" The name Aokun was the name of the evil dragon that old man Longing told him about. That's right. That teen smiled as he turned around, holding something in his hand. Samuraim's gaze froze. In Aokun's hand was a baby green serpent beast. Chapter 451. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, a year and a half had passed. Outside of Gantian Mountain City, on the wide path, a group of cavalry were galloping swiftly. Not long after, a huge city appeared in front of the group of knights. "Governor Commander, we have arrived at Gantian Mountain City." There were a total of 40 cavalry, all muscular men riding on the strongest windrider foals. They wore spiritual armor crafted by artifact blacksmiths. Only the one at the front was extremely beautiful. Her body was petite. She was also wearing a refined silver armor that was suitable for women. Her eyes were always closed, but when she opened them, her watery eyes seemed to contain the Milky Way. Vivid, deep and bright. She was deep in thought as she looked at the path beneath her. From Rainbow City to Gantian Mountain City, 740 miles of green windstone path. Within my Great Shan dynasty, there are only 50 or so. The green windstone had the ability to gather wind, using stone to pave the path. It could allow the cloud-stepping foals to save energy and increase their galloping speed by 3 times. This was built in recent years. That Gantian Mountain Monster King invested close to 1 million grade 4 beast crystals to build this path. There are a total of 7 paths that pass through his territory, most of which are still unfinished. I heard that anyone who uses this path has to pay to make up for the losses of the Monster King. The merchants around hate it to the bone, but are also happy to see it. The person who spoke was beside the teen. He had an eagle nose and a green face, wearing the uniform of a governor. At this moment, his face was filled with disdain as he shook his head. Building the green windstone path is a good thing. However, the current situation in Donglin Cloud Continent is that the war hasn't stopped. They don't prepare for war and instead use money on such things. What a joke. If Gantian Mountain City is wiped out, it will most probably be used by others. The Taishan Country military system, 10,000 people town, ruled by commander. 30,000 to 100,000 people form an army, and there was a governor. Above that would be a governor-commander, who could rule 3 to 500,000 people. The girl who was called governor-commander didn't agree or disagree, following which she looked at the giant city in the distance, the shock in her eyes growing thicker. Who knew that Donglin Cloud Continent, such a barbaric land, would have such a majestic city? Just by looking at it from the outside, one could tell that this city was full of life and had a large population. That green mass domain chief laughed in disdain when he heard this. It's only comparable to a city in Taishan, or even slightly inferior. Governor, do you need someone to go in and inform the Demon King to come out of the city to receive the heavenly decree? The girl shook her head slightly. This Gantian Mountain City rules 13 provinces of land. Even in my central cloud continent, it is equivalent to a vassal state and cannot be treated lightly. Moreover, whether or not to pass this decree to this person, I still need to look at the situation within Gantian Mountain before making a decision. Before she finished speaking, the woman had already covered her face with a silver mask and headed straight for the city gate. The guards at the city gate looked undisciplined, but they were actually lax on the outside and restricted on the inside. However, no matter if it was Donglin Cloud Continent or Central Cloud Continent, everyone loved martial arts, which was why they didn't confiscate their armors and weapons. After asking Lily about their cultivation, he registered their cultivation and allowed them to pass. Maybe seeing that their background wasn't normal, right after the group of cavalry entered the city, a red messenger bird flew towards the peak of Gantian Mountain. That silver-armored teen saw this but didn't care. He looked around on the street, and then his pupils constricted. There are so many martial cultivators in this Gantian Mountain. The passers-by along the way were all at the martial master level. Shoulders brushing against each other, the flow was endless. In just a short 1,000 feet of streets, there were close to 100 Xiantian masters. There were also many spirit masters, taking up 10% of them. The shops on both sides mostly bought various beast hides and various spiritual materials. Next was armor and pill business, extremely prosperous. The Green Mask Commander's expression was also slightly solemn. I asked around before. This is due to a decree from the Demon King 2 years ago, loaning money to martial cultivators to buy weapons, opening up martial arts books and spirit master books. I heard that there are 40,000 Xiantian masters in this city. This year, there are close to 400,000 mythic masters who followed this Gantian Mountain Cloud ocean hunt. The silver-armored teen furrowed her brows and continued to walk forwards, following which she felt a little weird. This street was unusually clean. It was even cleaner than the capital of Taishang City. When she reached out with her spiritual sense, she felt that there was actually a hole below. All the dirty water in the city was drained into it. That green-masked commander looked at her expression and laughed. This was done by the Demon King. I heard that this kid is obsessed with cleanliness and doesn't like dirt and mess, which was why he invested 100,000 beast crystals to build this sewer. This city is much cleaner. The teen shook her head. In just a moment, she arrived at an area where rivers were spread all over. The corners of her lips under the silver mask curled up slightly. Although this place was changed into a business street, there was still some lingering smell of fireworks. This was surely Ling Xiaoding. She had heard that after the Demon King ascended, his first decree was to close this place. Speaking of which, in Commander Li's eyes, this Demon King is a Demon King. Is this Demon King a preposterous and incapable ruler? Commander Li hesitated slightly before nodding his head without hesitation. He can't be considered an incapable ruler, but the word preposterous is true. This kid is a genius. Unfortunately, he became famous at such a young age and hasn't faced any setbacks. It is unavoidable for him to be arrogant. If it was during a peaceful era, what he did would be beneficial to the country. However, it is a chaotic era. I heard that Yunxia and Blazing Flame Mountains are preparing troops day and night to spy on the west. The Thousand City Alliance formed by Longxiang City is getting bigger and bigger, covering 17 provinces. They're also eyeing Gantian Mountain aggressively. This kid doesn't think about consolidating his troops and instead is reducing them. He is too confident. The silver-armored teen nodded her head in deep thought. After thinking for a moment, she directly walked towards an inn. Such a place where all sorts of people were mixed together was the best place to gather information. The moment she entered, the teen heard a sigh. What he said was exactly the same as what Commander Li said. Sigh. I really don't know what the Demon King is thinking about. Other people are expanding their troops, but this one wants to simplify the army. Gantian Mountain has 13 provinces, 2,700 cities. They originally had 25 million troops, but now they have less than 3 million. If Yunxia and Blazing Flame City attacks, who knows what the ruler will use to block? You can't say that. Since they reduced their troops, didn't they replenish some? The soldiers in the army are at least martial masters, and there are also many spirit masters. Moreover, there are fewer soldiers, and the burden is lighter. Today, the people under Gantian Mountain's rule were much more relaxed, and they had more manpower to work. The ruler has reduced taxes, and those commoners can afford to buy clothes, salt, and accessories. If not, how will we earn money? Scoff. That depends on when it is. At this moment, the enemy hasn't been wiped out. Those 300 towns, no matter how elite they are, won't be able to do much. They can use people to stack you to death. I heard that the Thousand City Alliance has 30 million troops. His Highness is a wise ruler, which is why I don't want to see Gantian Mountain fall. His tone was filled with hatred, but it caused the entire building to be silent. Shortly after, a soft laugh rang out. There are even preposterous things. I heard that His Highness has stopped caring about politics. He has passed all the big and small administrative matters to that cabinet to handle. He also gave a lot of power to that so-called meeting hall and was restricted by it, to cause such chaos and mess around. It is indeed a little preposterous. However, His Highness is smart, not letting go of military power. Now he is reducing his private army. What is the use of having military power? Wealth is in the hands of others. Maybe His Highness doesn't have the ambition to unify Donglin Cloud Continent. That is most likely the case. What a waste. If the entire Cloud Continent could be under Gantian Mountain, my business would expand by several times. Why are you saying all this? Speaking of which, isn't today the meeting hall's 3-day meeting? There's going to be a good show to watch now. The two of them were definitely going to have a fierce battle today. Unfortunately, it is hard to get a ticket for the spectator seats. This old man bought one and spent a total of 300 rank for beast crystals. Meeting hall? Curiosity appeared in the eyes of the silver-armored teen. She looked towards Commander Li with a questioning gaze. The latter shook his head slightly. I have never seen it before. I heard that it was created by this monster king. It is similar to the meetings of various tribe leaders in ancient times. All the merchants and nobles in Gantian Mountain would feel proud to watch from the side. Hearing the words tribe leaders meeting, the silver-armored teen shook her head. She thought to herself that this Gantian Mountain monster king did make one speechless. However, if she had a chance today, she wanted to take a look at this meeting hall. Since this monster king is so preposterous, why did city leader Li suggest to choose Gantian Mountain last month when he was discussing with the emperor, and not that thousand-city alliance, Longxiang Mountain City? Commander Li's expression instantly turned solemn. Commander, I think so. It is because that monster king is preposterous and has no intention to expand that he is the best choice. Yunxia and Blazing Flame have too many powers. Although the Longxiang Mountain City Lord is good at strategy and knows about military matters, he is ambitious. Thousand City Alliance and the Donglin sects are too close. Although they are the strongest in Donglin Cloud Continent, they aren't the best choice. If our Taishang wants to choose a family to support, the most suitable one would be this Gantian Mountain City. The silver-armored teen couldn't help but slightly nod her head, her expression fluctuating. Just as she was thinking about it, she heard an exclamation from the side. Isn't that the ruler? Is he patrolling the city? The teen was shocked as she walked to the side of the railing. Looking out, she saw a group of cavalry dressed in fresh clothes and riding on strong horses passing on the streets. The one at the lead was a teen, looking like a girl, wearing a king robe. Beside him was an old man. Without needing to ask, the silver-armored teen knew that this was Gantian Mountain Prime Minister Rinbois. In the next instance, the teen suddenly felt something. Turning his head, he saw a young man looking out of the building with a playful expression. Chapter 452. During these 2 years, the Prime Minister has run this Gantian Mountain well. He didn't rush nor slow as he rode his horse on the streets. Just looking at the endless shops on both sides, one could see how prosperous the current Gantian Mountain was. It was also filled with people, similar to when he first came to Gantian Mountain. However, Zhongsho knew that the rent of these shops was 7 times that of before. Gantian Mountain's business tax had risen by 10 times in a short 2 years. Even if they didn't go down to the Cloud Ocean to hunt, they could support the 3 million troops. In the past, beast crystals and mind stones were mostly for their own use. They didn't trade much on the market, but now that there were more and more martial cultivators in the country, beast crystals and mind stones, as well as various beast hides and spiritual herbs, had increased by several folds. Naturally, the business tax had also risen sharply. This is the work of the ruler. It has nothing to do with me. Rinbo laughed, his face filled with self-mockery. If not for the few government decrees from the ruler, how would Gantian Mountain have the strength of the country today? You must know that today, just the Xiantian experts who entered our Gantian Mountain City records alone are 80,000. However, a small half of them came for the ruler's 9 books of the True Dragon sword technique. That shocked the Cloud Continent. Zhongsho was delighted, his eyes turning into crescent moons. However, he also knew that if it wasn't for Rinbo helping him deal with those complicated administrative matters, Gantian Mountain wouldn't be so strong. This old fellow was good in every way, except that he was too smart. A year ago, when he wanted to repair the roads, he wanted to charge 200 years. In the end, this old man forcefully reduced it to 50 years, causing his future income to be reduced by 70%. How despicable. However, no matter where I go, I hear people say that I, Zhongsho, am a preposterous ruler. Scoff. What do those ignorant people know? Rinbo scoffed coldly, filled with disdain. My Gantian Mountain, although we only have 3 million troops, the weakest are martial masters who have cultivated to the 5th chakra meridian. They all cultivate a kind of support heart sutra. Their combat strength is far from what those mobs 2 years ago can compare to. Ruler instructed me to buy those 3 million spiritual armors and weapons in secret. I only need half a year to prepare all of them and can change them at any time. And the Blood Cloud Cavalry. Speaking of these 3 words, Rinbo's expression also changed slightly. If he didn't know that their Gantian mountain city had actually built up such an elite force without a sound, he would have thought that Zhongsho was really satisfied and didn't want to expand anymore. Thinking of this, it was not a place where he could speak with ease. Rinbo paused and then asked curiously, "Your Highness, when will you take action?" This was also the question that everyone in Gantian Mountain had. Everyone thought that Gantian Mountain was weak after the disarmament. However, anyone who had some status and was able to enter the core of Gantian Mountain would know how strong the army was. 3 million martial cultivators might not be the opponent of the tens of millions of Thousand City Alliance troops. However, once they were equipped with the spiritual armors and weapons that were prepared long ago, they could fight 1 against 10. And in the entire Donglin Cloud Continent, how many powers would be able to take out such a huge sum? Even the Lingyun sect that had been passed down for 10,000 years might not be willing to do so. In Rinbo's eyes, if it wasn't for Zhongsho suppressing them, with the current strength of Gantian Mountain, they could sweep Yunxia and Blazing Flame City. Kiki, it is best if we act weak. We can take the moral high ground and cut off any excuse for the Donglin sects to interfere. Zhongsho thought about it carefully and shook his head. He could only sigh. Things in this world were just so weird. A year and a half ago, he was a ruler that everyone praised for being smart and capable. However, a year and a half later, he was linked to being preposterous. Suddenly, he saw a person from the corner of his eyes. Zhongsho was startled as he looked towards the restaurant at the side, only to see a silver-armored teen wearing an exquisite mask looking over. Why was this woman here? After coming to this era, Zhongsho had never seen her before. However, 10,000 years later, her name was like thunder in his ears. The only woman who was called a military god in the early stages of the God Emperor era. Her dressing was no different from what was recorded in the history books. Silver mask, grade 9 silver refined snow pattern armor. She was also the only one. However, wasn't this woman the capital general of the Taishang dynasty? Why was she here? Within the restaurant, there was another person who looked over. Her expression was like she was looking at a monkey, making him feel really uncomfortable. Zhongsho frowned, but didn't care much. That woman was said to be loyal to the Taishang dynasty, and he had no way to rope her in. As for the latter, what was that? On the peak of Gantian Mountain, a bell rang out and spread throughout the city. Zhongsho retracted his attention and looked towards Heaven's suppressing peak. "Ruler, the meeting hall has started. Do you want to take a look?" Zhongsho nodded slightly. He was in Tsang Xingdao Palace and only came back once every half a year. Naturally, he had to take a look at the meeting hall. "Prime Minister, may I know what we are discussing today?" "Today we are discussing huge matters. One is to adjust the entrance tax of Xuanqing bamboo arrows. Secondly, Qin Xue and Feng Wei want to enter our direct rule. Hu Qianxiu and Chai Yuan have been scolding each other since 2 months ago. I heard that they are prepared to fight to the death. Xuanqing bamboo arrow tax." Zhongsho's brows rose up, filled with questions. He knew that the Xuanqing bamboo was a top material for making spiritual arrows. It could carve wind element spiritual formations and was really strong. It was commonly seen in Donglin Cloud Continent. However, there were only a few places where the quality was good. There was also that Qinxue and Fenghui city, which made him feel weird. These city lords didn't want to be overlords. Why did they want to be directly ruled by him? Speaking of which, in this year, the number of cities directly ruled by Gantian Mountain had increased to 40. He didn't even need to send troops. How weird. A quarter of the Xuanqing bamboo arrow-making industry is controlled by the Wind Bear race. As for the overlord Duke Hu Qinxiu, I heard that through trade he bought many Xuanqing with spiritual arrows and earned a huge sum. Does the ruler understand now? Zhongsho's face was filled with understanding. Rinbo laughed, which is why the two of them are quarreling. A few days ago, Chai Yuan raised a proposal to raise the taxes of the Xuanqing bamboo arrows. If they couldn't earn money from buying from outside, their wind bear race industry would naturally be able to be protected. Originally, the vast country, Duke Chai Yuan wasn't the overlord Duke's opponent. However, this matter also involved the pill crane race, which was why the He family also participated. The two sides joined hands and roped in many discussions. Their strength was even greater than Chai Yuan's. As for Qinxue and Fenghui City, it was for the welfare of the people that the rulers said. Only the people directly ruled by the cities have the right to enjoy it. Along with the merchants paying taxes as one, a small half of the 13 provinces want to be directly ruled by Gantian Mountain to gain some benefits. It is so annoying. Zhong Shou replied with an "oh" to express that he understood. Thinking back to half a year ago, what happened in the meeting hall, he decided to make some preparations before heading over. He turned around and looked at Chu Shui. "Shui, go buy some good food back." Chu Shui giggled when she heard that, patting her small heaven and earth bag. "I prepared it long ago. It is what the young master likes." Zhong Shou's eyes were filled with praise. It was still Chu Shui who understood his thoughts. He urged the horse to speed up, galloping at full speed on the streets. Just before the third bell rang, he rushed back to Jing'an Peak. The meeting hall here had expanded by 3 times and was made of Taigang stone. The energy was also thicker and thicker, suppressing true qi and soul power even more. Usually, the meeting hall meetings were hosted by Hu Qianxiu and Chai Yuan. However, at this moment, since Zhong Shou had returned, naturally he was the leader, solemnly sitting at the top. Below them were a total of 500 counselors. Just before it started, Zhong Shou swept the spectator seats. There were more people, close to 1,000. A smile appeared in Zhong Shou's eyes. These seats were all beast crystals and mind stones. However, a moment later, he was startled. Not only was the teen prince there, but the silver-armored teen was also there. Not mentioning the latter, he knew about her background. The identity of the former was also really special. What did the two of them come here for? He didn't think much about it, taking a hammer and smashing it down heavily. He signaled that today's meeting had officially begun. Without needing him to speak, there was an official who took the first proposal and started to read it out. Sure enough, it was about increasing the import tax on the Xuanqing bamboo arrows. All of a sudden, the tax on the Xuanqing bamboo arrows had increased by 30%. After reading it out, Hu Qianxiu's face sunk. "Country Du Chai, what do you mean? You only allow yourself to eat and not allow others to drink soup." Chai Yuan was at the side, his eyes not even blinking. "The problem is that my wind bear race can't even drink soup. Are you really going to fight with our tiger family today? We have no choice." Hu Qianxiu scoffed coldly when he heard that. A sharp expression flashed in his eyes, but he didn't speak. Chai Yuan walked to the front of the stage. His expression was one of sadness, his hands wiping his eyes as tears flowed down. "Today I, Chai Yuan, am here to complain to all of you. A set of Xuanqing bamboo arrow materials is worth 3 grade 3 beast crystals. It takes half a day to make one, and the materials are often 30% damaged. After selling it, it is only worth 10 grade 3 beast crystals. The profits are small, but my wind bear race, along with our servants, has 120,000 people relying on this business to survive. However, today we can't even earn this little bit of money." On the side of Zhong Shou, he used his hand to cover his mouth, suppressing the urge to laugh out loud. "Prime Minister, just now, the vast country Duke used garlic, right? Just now he personally saw that Chai Yuan secretly used garlic to wipe his eyes." Chu Shui, who was beside him, turned her head and laughed out loud. Rinbo coughed lightly like he was used to it, his expression expressionless. Vast country Duke's acting has always been good. Within Gantian Mountain City, you are praised by everyone. Chapter 453. Chai Yuan continued. The more he spoke, the sadder he got. "You all might think that my wolf race makes the Xuanqing bamboo arrows to hire people and suck the blood of the workers. but my Chai family has always been kind and generous. Every arrow we make, we only take 3 grade 3 beast crystals, a large portion of which is returned to the workers. If we don't have such a livelihood, where will the hundreds of thousands go to? Actually, with our ability, what business can't we do to earn money? We just can't bear to give it up. This is also thinking for our Gantian Mountain. If we don't have our own spirit blacksmiths and artifact blacksmiths, if we're locked down by the Thousand City Alliance and the arrows aren't sold to us, what should we do? Before he finished speaking, a buzzing sound came from the meeting room. Many of them nodded slightly, as if they agreed with him. Even those in the spectator stands were cheering. Zhongsho nodded his head as he heard that. Those words made sense. Their Gantian Mountain couldn't be choked by others. Chai Yuan spoke for a while more, his face tearing up, his face filled with pain. A full 10 minutes later, he walked down from the platform. Then, it was Hu Qianqiu's turn. He had a different style, giving off a valiant aura. A head shorter than Chai Yuan, Hu Qianqiu's 9 feet tall body stood on the platform. There was a heavy pressure that caused the entire meeting hall to be silent. Squinting his eyes and looking at Chai Yuan, Hu Qianqiu laughed coldly. The selling price of 10 grade 3 beast crystals is only today's price. 2 months ago, when the Xuanqing bamboo arrows were monopolized by your wind bear and pill crane races, it was 50 grade 3 beast crystals. The quality was even lower. 2 out of 10 arrows can't be fired. Old man Chai, do you know how many people your Xuanqing bamboo arrows have killed? Chai Yuan's face changed slightly, following which he was like an old monk meditating, not moving at all. Zhongsho was shocked. Weren't the 2 of you best friends? Why do you look like enemies now? We fell out long ago. As Renbo spoke, his face was filled with admiration. In the past, the Iron Tiger and Wind Bear clans had a good relationship and were as close as brothers. It was also for the sake of joining forces to prevent Jun Shang's Fox tribe from dominating. However, ever since His Highness set up this meeting hall and delegated many important decisions, the various demon tribes and the human race have been fighting fiercely. Instead, it was the royal family that had a transcendent status. However, when the 2 of them have similar interests, they will be as close as brothers. They are truly cunning beyond compare. Zhongsho was silent for a while. He really did not have such thoughts at that time. On the other side, Hu Qianqiu was still solemnly shouting out, "Our Gantian Mountain army has already eliminated these Xuanqing bamboo arrows and changed to the stronger Xian iron heavy arrows. So what if others didn't want to sell it? Using such an inferior arrow would only cause death. If the price was too high, they wouldn't be able to buy enough arrows. It would also reduce the harvest of the domestic martial artists, which would be detrimental to the government. Moreover, our Gantian Mountain martial arts is flourishing, and our trade is the best in the world. If those 100,000 people don't do this, they would really die. If we can make them pick up weapons, our Gantian Mountain will have 100,000 more martial artists." Below the altar, there was an uproar of cheers. Naturally, there were people who booed. Zhongsho only felt that it was really weird. Hu Qianqiu's words didn't seem to be wrong, making one confused. However, he could also see that the fox race and the human race were just looking on calmly from the side. Those who were cheering or tearing down the stage were all people who had benefits. As Hu Qianqiu spoke, he waved his hands around, showing that he was using a lot of strength. In the end, he seemed to feel that it wasn't strong enough, ripping off his shirt, revealing his firm muscles. His eyes were cold as he swept everyone. Anyways, today this proposal cannot pass. Whoever raises their hand, I, Hu Qianqiu, will fight with him to the end. Chai Yuan was so furious that he trembled. The entire meeting hall was deathly silent. Zhongsho was startled when he heard that. Is that a threat? Didn't I say that it wasn't allowed? It can't be considered. Renbo shook his head. There are many ways to say this fight to the end. As long as the Overlord Duke's methods are limited to this meeting, it isn't against the rules. Actually, he doesn't need to openly kill and set fires. There are many methods he can use in the dark, like creating rumors and blocking people from the market. Seeing that everyone was shocked by him, Hu Qinqiu was secretly delighted. Then, he turned around and bowed towards the seat above. Zhongshu's eyes opened wide, only to see a few black things suddenly fly up from the seats. He couldn't help but open his mouth to remind him, but it was too late. Those few black shadows smashed onto Hu Qinqiu's head one after another, exploding and dyeing his body black and red. Hu Qinqiu took a look at his body and immediately turned around in rage. This is the blood of a black dog. Which bastard is it? The entire meeting hall was unusually silent. Everyone's faces were filled with innocent astonishment. No matter how Hu Qinqiu looked, he couldn't find anyone suspicious. In the end, he looked towards the expressionless Chai Yuan and hollered, "It must be you. Last time I only asked people to throw you 2 banana peels, and you took revenge by giving me a bucket of black dog blood. Today, in front of the ruler, you dare to do that. I'm not done with you." His body was like a shadow as he shouted and pounced over her. Chai Yuan's face was filled with shock, an innocent expression that said, "You found the wrong person." When he heard the latter half, he was furious. "Wow, that banana peel was really you. In that case, 4 months ago, the 2 eggs on my head were most likely yours, Hu Qinqiu." Hu Qinqiu scoffed coldly and didn't reply, taking the initiative and directly using a 1,000-mile tiger roar, punching Chai Yuan's face. Chai Yuan was also a vicious person, not dodging or avoiding, a bare palm slapping out, causing Hu Qinqiu to stumble backward. Both of them were martial path ancestors. At this moment, their true qi was being suppressed. However, their physical bodies also had hundreds of thousands of kilograms of strength. Going all out, in just an instant, the tens of meeting halls around were all swept up. The people around were all anxious as they looked on. Some people rushed in anxiously, ready to do their best to save their master. Some people tried their best to dissuade them from the side, but from time to time, they would kick them in and give them a push. Take revenge if you have grievances, complain if you have grievances. All of a sudden, the meeting hall was in a mess. Hundreds of people were fighting in a mess, a little like a massacre in the marketplace. Banana peels and eggs flew. Dog blood was the same color as human blood. Zhongshu took the hammer and knocked on the golden bell at the side. He shouted for silence several times, but it was useless. Seeing numerous items fly over from the front, Zhongshu quickly dodged to the side, only to see a few apples smashed into pieces on the wall behind him. He thought to himself that it was a close shave. He was nearly hit by a stray bullet. Who knows who was the one who didn't want his life to throw things around? Luckily, he had experience last time and naturally wouldn't be a loss this time. He decisively hid under the table with Chu Shui and Renbo. Then, he looked forward excitedly. Chu Shui was really well-behaved, taking out several pastries and dishes from her heaven and earth bag and placing them in front of the 3 of them. Unfortunately, he couldn't drink alcohol and could only use the 100-flower spiritual wine that Song Shengdao produced himself as a replacement. Just 1 mouthful of this item would be able to recover a large amount of true qi and spiritual energy. Its taste was no weaker than those yellow-grade and even Xian-grade celestial brews. Oh, Uncle Hu's tiger roar back to the forest is really good. Compared to half a year ago, he has improved greatly. In just a few months, he will be able to step into the ascended realm. Seeing Hu Qinqiu roar out, either hugging his arms or legs, pretending to stop the fight, but actually trying to trap him, allowing Chai Yuan to beat up the 10 over people. Zhongshu's eyes instantly lit up. As expected, actual combat is the best way to train a person. Speaking of which, who was the one who threw the black dog blood out? In front of me, he really is bold. Was it Chai Yuan? He needs to be heavily punished. He only saw that the black dog blood was activated by a few specialized spiritual artifacts, like it was preset. As for who controlled it and who brought it in, he didn't know. Although the Taigang Hall suppressed true qi, his soul remembrance and divine sense were also unable to spread out. There were many things that he couldn't understand. That might not be the case. Renbo smiled, his tone filled with deep meaning. It might be Hu Qinqiu's own act. Based on what I know, the Chai and He families working together are a little stronger. They most probably have a chance of passing today, fighting a battle in the meeting hall and then delaying time before finding another way to counterattack. Today, these few people are already really familiar with this move. Actually, not only Hu Qianxiu and Chai Yuan, but the Ling family, He family, the few powers of the human race all have a chance. Only by messing up the water can we fish in troubled waters. As Zhongshou listened on, he felt dizzy. This was a little too complicated. As expected, he wasn't cut out for politics. He decided not to bother about all this. Eating while focusing on the battle, Uncle Chai's palm is really strong. It has a deep understanding of the martial path. His progress is actually not lower than Uncle Hu's. At most 2 days later, he can step into grade 7. Oh no, not good. He's being hit by a stick. How despicable. Only to see Chai Yuan being invincible, sweeping across a piece of land. Suddenly, someone silently snuck up behind him and struck out with a stick. This vast country duke was nearly smashed unconscious. Hu Qianxiu wasn't much better off, his head bleeding and panting. Rimbo was startled when he heard that. Who knows how Zhongshou judged that the two of them could break through to Ascended Ancestor. Although his martial path wasn't deep, he knew that the Ascended Realm was the hardest to determine when one broke through. Apart from accumulating, one still needed to accumulate. Even those grade 9 experts found it hard to judge. So how would Zhongshou know? In the next instance, he heard Zhongshou say in pain, "How can this be? How can this be? What a disgrace to the educated." Chai Yuan couldn't help but scold him when he heard that. Every time I come back, you're the one who enjoys watching the show the most. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.